Record.
All right. Should I get started? Yeah. Okay. We have the post-lunch crowd. So again, as if I think I've met everyone, but I'm Tamar Caceres. I'm a pediatric neurologist at Rush in Chicago. So the first half of this session will be talking about the natural history study that's recently started in the United States. And then the second, and so we'll talk about the basics of the protocol of the natural history study and then updates from this year in terms of observations from our pilot group that we have seen so far. And then the second half of the session will be a question and answer period. A number of you have submitted questions in advance. So we'll go through some of those and we'll see how we're doing in terms of time. And hopefully somebody can keep us on track if it doesn't seem like we are getting into the question and answer period soon enough. So we already talked this morning about why it's important to have natural history data. And so I'm not going to go through this specifically, but a lot of what we used to inform what we are looking at in the natural history study was based on both our experiences clinically as physicians and things that you have shared in terms of what you observe and what your experiences are as parents through the registry. And so overall, as we've discussed, we're looking to have a good understanding of the long-term natural history of DDX3X syndrome, establishing appropriate outcome measures, figuring out which outcome measures are appropriate in this population, understanding different aspects of developmental domains, in addition to collecting other data to characterize symptoms of autism spectrum disorder, different behavioral traits, different medical conditions, how those relate to findings that we see on brain MRI or in labs or based on genetics, and understanding quality of life for families over time. We talked a little bit about the framework of the Centers of Excellence and how the foundation has prioritized creating those consortia, and UPenn was recently named a Center of Excellence as well. What we're talking about today is based on the protocol that currently is live at Rush and at UCSF, but hopefully UPenn will be able to join that team as well soon. When we are working in the clinical research sphere, it often can sort of get confusing in terms of when you're coming to a center of excellence and what your options are in terms of what you're doing there. So we are clinicians. We are available to see patients in terms of having an evaluation and addressing medical concerns or developmental concerns. And those are options that, you can come and see us as a doctor, and we would clinically bill your insurance at our institution and can follow individuals over time and provide clinical care. And so that is certainly an option for anybody who's interested based on insurance coverage. And it also is an option to participate in research at a center of excellence. So this is where a specific protocol is followed, where we have a standardized set of assessments that we are doing. You review and sign a consent acknowledging that you are participating in research. We are not specifically providing clinical recommendations. And currently our model is that we are doing these assessments annually or every other year or every 3 years based on the protocol. And for participation in those research visits, it's an option of if you want to come see us just for clinic or just for research or for both, and we can work to coordinate those at both of our sites. But it can be confusing in terms of understanding what the differences are. So again, this is an example of what seeing one of us in clinic might look like in terms of individual care for the person with DDX3X in your life, in terms of having experience working with individuals with neurodevelopmental disabilities, and understanding some of the specifics that go along with care overall for somebody with DDX3X syndrome. We often use an intake form to get an idea of some of your priorities for the visit, to help facilitate those things. For research enrollment or participating in the natural history study, there is a process through which you would either contact the foundation or contact one of our coordinators at different sites. I've put in some of the contact information. The QR code is for the Rush for Armani. It's her email specifically. And so, you are welcome to participate at whatever site you think is most convenient for you, and we can help work with you for that. So if you live, in California, it may not make sense for you to come to Chicago when you can enroll at UCSF, but we can also help you with that. And again, like we were mentioning earlier, if you ever send an email and don't hear anything back, just follow up, and we do our best to reach out and discuss the overall process. Participation in the natural history study is, of course, voluntary. Individuals, once they are enrolled, their information is de-identified, and they are assigned a unique identifier, so that if they are interested in participating in other research, the information that was collected as part of the study could also be used by other researchers, but it is still de-identified. And part of the consent is that data, that de-identified data, could be used by future researchers. So in terms of what requirements are to participate, you have to have a genetic diagnosis of DDX3X. And so that process, you email the coordinator, they ask you some basic information, you send them the genetic report, and then a clinician or one of the PIs at one of the sites reviews that to determine if they agree that you have a diagnosis of DDX3X. And then we would work on coordinating details, or updating you regarding the timeline of waitlist for coordinating things like scheduling. We have a pre-screening process where our coordinators call and try and get an idea of an individual's functioning level across different domains to help us in planning and scheduling your visit, so that we can determine what measures might be most appropriate for that individual. We developed the first iteration of our protocol using both information that had been published in the literature and information that we have from the patient registry through the foundation in terms of things that have been reported. And so we took all of this information and integrated it into the information that we want to be collecting longitudinally over time. So just going through some basics, this is prospective observational, which means that we are not using a treatment. We are monitoring symptoms over time. It typically is 2 days. We're using a centralized database. So right now UCSF and Rush are entering our data into the same database, and investigators at both sites have access to that data. It is de-identified when it is entered into the database. So there's no identifying information in the database. Parents electronically complete a number of parent measures. We appreciate all of our first tier of families that went through and filled everything in. by hand before we were electronically able to enter that data. But now all of our measures are electronically administered, and so those results feed right into the database. We talked a little bit about the consent. So it is voluntary to participate. The consent goes through the procedures involved in the study. There are different developmental assessments. They include a blood draw at UCFS. If you see, am I saying it right? UCSF. I'm just going to say University of San Francisco. Oh, nice.
I want to clarify one thing about the blood draw.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do with the blood is to acquire white blood cells that in the future can be made into stem cells that would allow us to understand the biology of all the different range of mutations that are available for us to study. To do that correctly, the blood has to be drawn at the site and then processed at that site the same day within a couple hours. So because that's a very complicated process for right now, in this initial stage, we're just going to be doing this with folks who are traveling to San Francisco. As we get more funding to do this, we'll probably increase this at Rush as well. We'll bring a team in there as well.
And when somebody gives their blood, is it connected to that individual, or is it related to that individual's genetics, or does it?
So we will know who it is, only the investigators, and again, it'll be de-identified in the database.
But it would become a specific cell line related to that
Right.
individual.
Cell line 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm. We are collecting brain MRI CDs that have previously been obtained by your clinical care team, or potentially you already saw one of us clinically at our institution, and then we don't need the CD necessarily. And then all of those go to UCSF for de-identification and evaluation.
Right. So we do want everybody's MRI. If they've got it on a CD, or we can help them get that. I don't know, Carolyn, if you want to just raise your hand. So Carolyn's the lead coordinator at UCSF, and she can help anybody figure out how to get a scan out of an institution.
But for example, if they had a scan at UCSF, would you still require them to get a CD?
No, not if they had it done at UCSF.
I see. We currently are not routinely collecting EEG recordings, but if you have had a previous EEG recording, we would take the report and integrate that into our data collection. Or if you are clinically seeing one of us and we are recommending an EEG, then we would be able to incorporate that data into the database entry as well. So we are very broadly looking at medical history, physical exam, parent rating scales, in addition to standardized individual performance-based assessments, evaluating speech, motor functioning, adaptive skills, intellectual functioning. Different institutions have different trained providers who administer those assessments. And so there's some variability just based on our institution in terms of how many different people you may see and meet as part of your evaluations. So we've learned a lot of information from the first year in terms of trying to understand what assessments will be most appropriate to capture information over time for individuals with DDX3X syndrome. And so we have made some modifications to our protocol as we have learned that, and are hoping that the more individuals that we see in this initial period, that we're honing in on a really good battery of tests that will be appropriate to use over time. And so this just reflects some initial modifications that we've had to make based on what we are seeing in terms of how individuals are performing or doing, or how accessible some of the tests are to capture this population's abilities. Similarly, for the information that we are collecting from based on parent report symptoms, you can see that we're looking at a lot of different things ranging from communication to social skills to challenging behaviors and sensory challenges and sleep and quality of life. And we're adding in an additional measure because we felt like we were missing some details regarding communication skills for individuals who do not speak verbally. And so we wanted to make sure that we were capturing that as well. Okay. So all of the data is stored in the registry. There will be a process for, once it is de-identified, to link it ultimately back to the registry data for future use and evaluation of to support research in DDX3X. So we currently have seen 18 patients. This is already outdated based on the patient we saw right before the conference. We have enrolled, I guess, 15 at Rush and UCSF started in August and has seen 3 individuals. We both have wait lists at both sites and are working on scheduling additional individuals. We have overall feel like the individuals who have enrolled are fairly representative. We're seeing a pattern of things that are previously reported in the literature in the 200 plus individuals who have been described. So very similar mood and behavior symptoms and previous diagnoses, other medical problems. Looking at some basic, developmental milestones. This is a very small group, so the percentages aren't as meaningful because this is just based on the individuals who have enrolled at Rush. But about 70% of individuals were walking by 45 months. Some of our individuals are not 45 months of age yet, though, so we aren't able to capture the age at which they're walking. We're seeing, similar to what's reported in the literature, about half of the individuals we have seen have used spoken words to communicate, and about half of the individuals are not yet using spoken words to communicate, and about 43% were identifying that speech is their primary communication modality. For our individuals over 5, the majority of them are toilet trained to some degree. So about half are fully toilet trained. Some are toilet trained with use of a toileting schedule where you prompt them to go to the bathroom every hour or every 2 hours. And the remaining were toilet trained during the day, and they wear a diaper at night for nighttime wetting. When we look at some of our performance-based measures, we are seeing that overall daily life functional abilities in comparison to their intellectual functioning is a real strength. So based on IQ, they are functioning better in their daily environment than we would expect from that sort of number. And that's really meaningful because that is a better reflection of how they do in day-to-day life than an actual number. These are averages. And so we see that social skills are often a real strength. So that's what this dot is higher than all the other dots. This is what I was talking about. Oh yeah, you do see my cursor, where adaptive functioning, tends to be higher than what we would expect from an average IQ number. And we do see that nonverbal abilities are a relative strength compared to verbal abilities. With language functioning, similarly, we see that receptive language is a relative strength compared to expressive language, and that our Vineland, our interview measure of communication abilities has a good correlation with our performance-based measure of language. So we're going to shift and do some question answer. A lot of you have submitted questions in advance. And so we're going to start with those questions. And then, yeah, and first Elliot's going to jump in.
The longitudinal study that Rush and UCSF and then hopefully also Penn will be. How about now? Now? Whoa, okay. All right. Should have been a rock star. So I just want to point out that our team, as well as the team from Europe, put together a paper in a journal called Gene Reviews. And I think that it's on the DDX website. And if it's not, and that was a study done with approximately 90 individuals from our cohort, plus a couple of other ones, one from Texas and the other one from I forget where the other one was from. Anyway, but ours was about 90 individuals. A lot of the things that Tamar has been mentioning are fleshed out in a little more detail. It's not a longitudinal study, which is the benefit of the natural history study that we're doing here, and in a more systematic way. This was more retrospective data, but I think it'd be very useful for folks if they have questions about things like when do they learn to talk, whether they should get an EEG or an MRI. A lot of those issues are dealt with in the in that particular paper. So I just want to encourage you to make that a guide. Okay, why don't we go to the questions?
Yeah. So a lot of these questions were submitted before the conference, and so it's possible that you have learned a lot already. When you see someone in clinic with DDX3X syndrome, how do you describe the function that DDX3X has in the body or in your cells?
Right. Well, so the actual gene DDX is involved in making proteins, and proteins are the building blocks of our bodies in every respect. And so not only does it help with making them, but it also helps with when they're made and when they're and then when they're removed as well. So all of those processes that are very, very basic and central to cell functioning, not just in the brain, but throughout the body, is involved in girls who have DDX, the DDX condition.
Do you know if mitochondrial function is impaired?
We have not systematically looked at that, but in the kids that we've seen where they've tested for mitochondrial function, no one has found anything significant. So meaning that the mitochondria are normal.
We've talked a lot about different types of genetic changes, and can you explain, based on what you know so far, which genetic changes may have more severity with their clinical symptoms and why?
Right. So again, that's one thing that would also help by looking at the Gene Reviews paper. We've seen individuals who have what we call missense mutations. So it changes the letter of that amino acid in the gene. And so instead of having an arginine, you have a lysine, something like that. And that kind of a change can really gum up the works and impact how DDX functions. And so one of the ways that we see that happening is those kids are more likely to have seizures, and they're also more likely to have changes in their brain anatomy, so that when an MRI is done, you can see differences.
And do some individuals who have exactly the same genetic mutation have different symptoms or different medical issues, and why? Right.
More often than not, if they have the exact same change, they're going to share a lot of features in common, but that's not 100%. And there are lots of reasons that relate to all the other genes that are working and how DDX is also particularly functioning in those particular individuals. So there's lots of variation, but mostly it holds true that the genotype and the phenotype match each other.
What should you do if you have a genetic report that says that you have a variant of uncertain significance in DDX3X? And does that mean that you have DDX3X syndrome, or what would be the next steps for looking into that?
Right. That's an incredibly complicated question. And the answer is equally complicated. The first thing I would say is that as more and more individuals are being identified who have mutations in DDX, our ability to link that mutation to a clinical picture grows stronger and stronger. So what I would encourage people to do is to go back, whoever ordered that test for you clinically, whether it's GeneDx or Invitae or one of these other companies, go back and ask them to reanalyze your child's mutations and give a report back about whether there have been any changes. That should be done approximately every 2 years because things change that quickly. And then additionally, Dr. Caceres and myself can serve as a resource to help you do that if you're having a hard time getting it to be done with the companies.
And sometimes individuals who have experience in a certain field or experience with neurogenetics in pediatric neurology may be able to look at the report and see if they would agree that it should still be classified as a variant of uncertain significance, or maybe based on that individual's clinical picture after an evaluation, they feel that there are a lot of overlapping similarities, and maybe there's a higher level of suspicion that it could be contributory to the overall picture. Some of the questions that came in were about recommendations for medical screenings or annual recommendations. And again, Dr. Scheer pointed toward this paper that came out in 2022, reviewing about more than 200 individuals that talk about many of the things that we've been talking about, common symptoms and medical conditions that we see with regards to intellectual disability, vision difficulties, GI difficulties. And so those things so far have been reported at increased rates. And so often your primary care doctor would be able to follow an individual to see if there are clinical concerns for something like precocious puberty. And then they would be able to refer you, if they felt that required additional evaluation, to a subspecialist in that field. Do you have any other things that you want to add in terms of annual recommendations or medical screenings?
Yeah, I mean, I think annual exams to do things like, measuring their weight and their height to make sure that they're growing appropriately. If they're putting on too much weight, helping them connect with nutrition so that can be dealt with in a more systematic way. How about if I don't know how much time we have, why don't we see if there are questions that people have. We have, okay, all right.
Is this good? Should we keep doing it? Okay, you can also raise your hands as we go through if you have, questions, and we can do some previously submitted questions and some questions from people that are starting now. So that's something that definitely, can contribute. We're seeing them on one day, but also the tasks that we use to measure cognitive skills and problem solving, right, are not what they're doing in their daily life, right? We want to know, how do they, get on a bus with an aide and go to school and, interact with their siblings, and those things are very meaningful. So when we talk about individuals being in the range of intellectual disability, that doesn't mean that they aren't out in the community engaging and, you know, having fulfilling, happy lives. Yeah.
So some of the girls have their puberty onset a little earlier than average, but not dramatically so. And you know, we encourage everyone to go visit their pediatrician and then maybe get a referral to an endocrinologist if they're concerned, if you have something like abnormal weight gain or early onset or delayed onset of puberty.
It's also not uncommon, as many of us know, as individuals, both typically developing individuals and individuals with intellectual disability, as they get into puberty, everything changes. You know, so we see different moods and different behaviors and sometimes different medical problems. And so we don't have a lot of data yet on older individuals with DDX3X syndrome. Go ahead.
I'll answer the age range question.
Thank you.
So the oldest DDX individual we're aware of is 49, 50 years old and lives in Israel. The youngest we've had 2 children diagnosed in utero with DDX3X. So we really have a range. And I've already pointed out Nancy, who's here with the 42-year-old DDX3X daughter, and they got their diagnosis 3 years ago, and she lives in a group home. And in the reason why we want everybody to join the registry is so we can be very specific about the data and the age ranges that we have. We know where everybody is, but we're not perfectly clear on their exact ages of the stats that we gave you for the 1,162 cases we know of.
Can you comment on whether or not there is a concern for increased risk for cancer?
Yeah, that's a great question that comes up, I think, every couple of years or so. I can tell you what we know, and that is that DDX as a gene interacting with lots of other genes does play a role in cancer, but that role that it plays does not influence whether someone is going to get cancer or not. It just plays a role in that process. There are a few cases, I think just 3 so far, where the girls had a particular kind of cancer called neuroblastoma, which is what's called a neural crest tumor. And yesterday, actually, we had, and I think today as well, presentations from the team that's working on the neural crest. So they might have more insight into that. But from a clinical, practical point of view, I can tell you that there are only these 3. All 3 of them had it recognized early in development, had the tumor removed, and it never grew back. So all 3 of those girls were cured. So it was very mild.
Age of 3.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. So Stephen's point is important, that not just DDX is changing, but lots of other genes that play a role in making a person, child or adult, susceptible to cancer. Okay, other questions, or we'll go back to our list. Yes, over.
Hi, my daughter had another thing come up in the genetic report that is completely unrelated to DDX3X. Are you tracking that sort of thing, other disorders and syndromes, and seeing if any of it is correlated at all? We think it's not, but who knows?
Yeah, so certainly as part of the natural history study, there's a process for entering genetic information both related to DDX3X syndrome, and it's not uncommon actually in genetic syndromes in general to also have some other genetic findings. If you checked any of our genes, we would have lots of changes, and so we would enter that data to collect that information and then be able to look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it will be in our database and I think the general rule of thumb is that if you test 50 people, you find one example of another change that is clinically significant. So yeah, in this room here, there's probably going to be a handful. And then depending on how liberal the testing lab is with reporting these variants of uncertain significance, that can also add to finding things that are completely unrelated to DDX.
Eyes that you may already see, if there's ever any pattern in any signal changes or anything that could link like some metabolic problem that could be going on other than just an anatomical difference? Because I know my daughter had an MRI finding that was consistent with that, but it was nothing that was listed.
So far, the things that we have seen are related to the structure of the brain, as opposed to the biochemical processes that are going on in the brain, but we've not systematically assessed that. And that's something that, we can start doing, but that's going to require, getting the MRI facilities to do that testing.
And I'll just add, just sort of from logistically, the reason that we also don't have some of that data is it's much more common for an individual to have a brain MRI as part of evaluation of their developmental delay or their epilepsy, and they may not always automatically be getting that initial test clinically that may suggest whether there's some other metabolic processes like what we call an MR spectroscopy.
Okay. And I just had another, this is a random question, but as far as like the uncontrollable movement and movement disorder part with medicines that are already known, like dopamine and certain things, is there any information into that with your basal ganglia and movement and anything that anyone is aware of? Or
the short answer is no, we haven't seen any direct connection to either brain structures or other features that would explain why some of the kids have movement disorders. Okay. But it's definitely a common complaint or concern.
Thank you.
I'm wondering, I know when my daughter was diagnosed, I think at that time, the only way to get diagnosed with DDX3X was the whole exome sequencing. And I'm wondering if we have a list of the panels that it's on now, because I think I'm hearing there was in utero. Is it on prenatal panels or is it on, I think I heard somebody said it's on an autism panel. Kind of wondering about that.
Right. So if for example, we know that a lot of the girls who have DDX have changes in the structure of the corpus callosum, the connection between the two hemispheres in the brain. And that can be seen sometimes in utero, and that might prompt genetic testing. But as of right now, very rarely, unless there's some family history, is genetic testing being done in utero.
I'm not aware of DDX3X being on any specific newborn screens. They are state specific. With regards to panels, there is a lot of variability between panels. And also it depends on what test is being ordered by the clinician. So there are autism intellectual disability panels that include DDX3X. But that there's variability, and it may not be that all of those panels at different gene testing labs include it, but I think most probably do now. With regards to specific developmental or neurodevelopmental features that we see in DDX3X syndrome, there was a question regarding if all individuals have some degree of intellectual disability, and that is what we are seeing. Now, when many of them still function at a higher level, so you may meet and interact and talk with them and may not know obviously how intellectual disability is impacting their life, but we are finding that all individuals would be in the range of intellectual disability. In terms of symptoms or diagnoses that we see in DDX3X syndrome, like autism spectrum disorder or epilepsy, is that different in DDX3X syndrome than it would be in a different genetic disorder, or in a situation where somebody doesn't have a underlying known genetic cause and they just have a diagnosis of autism or just have a diagnosis of epilepsy?
That's a great question. Thanks for asking it, Tor. So the first thing is that these other genetic conditions, and there are many of them, some of them have very characteristic signatures, both in the kind of seizure that the child has, as well as what it looks like on the brainwave test, the EEG. So that's definitely the case. We haven't seen enough data about the specific EEGs in the girls with DDX to give you sort of an appropriately informed answer about what it looks like. But the more we see, the more we learn. And so yet again, another really valuable reason to participate in the registry and in the natural history study.
And similarly, as we collect more information from all of you about types of seizures and types of medications that may have been effective or not been effective, then those are things that could be looked at with more detail. As pediatric neurologists who work with individuals with neurodevelopmental disabilities, a lot of these other diagnoses can be caused by a variety of different things. And so they have diagnostic criteria that we consider when an individual has that diagnosis. And it can be due to a variety of different things. We also consider an individual's age and developmental level when we look at features of things like autism spectrum disorder. And so that also can impact presentation. Do you have any recommendations for strategies surrounding overeating or weight management, either in DDX3X specifically or in intellectual disability?
Unfortunately, just common sense. There are a lot of girls, DDX girls, who are thin, and have weight gain as a struggle. And there are also girls who don't have appropriate satiety mechanisms, like it's not turning off in their brain that it's time to stop eating. And we think that these are true neurologic issues, and that most of it is not hormone related so much as it is brain function related. And so that'll, again, as we go more through enrolling people in the study, we'll have a better idea of how that matches up in terms of their genetic change, and also importantly, how they function over time. Do they grow out of it? There are conditions that Dr. Caceres and I take care of where the changes in the satiety issue doesn't come on until later. And so initially they may have a hard time gaining weight, and then it works in the opposite direction shortly thereafter. Yeah. I mean, so the question is, are there abnormalities in sleep cycle? And then I didn't catch the last, and why? So why, I don't know. And patterns, I would say that we see sleep disruption in a lot of kids. And so this is not only waking up in the middle of the night, but also having a hard time falling asleep. And again, when we've done and analyzed more individuals, we'll be able to give you more precise information about that. But rather, we know that sleep disruption is a real issue for these girls. I would say, oh, sorry, what's the age of for girls who have seizures, what's the age of onset? Most of the girls who have seizures have age of onset in younger years, before age 10. But again, I think I'd like to see the data before we get more precise.
Nick has a question, but hold on. I want you to finish about the seizures. Elliot, do you want to speak about absent seizures and what families should be looking for with that?
That's a tricky one because for as many worm cans as you open, you have more complications. So what Beth was talking about was things that are referred to as absent seizures, or they're staring spell seizures. They're short-lived, about 10 to 20 seconds, maybe even less than that. And the child is normally behaving normally, and then suddenly out of the blue will have behavioral sensation, and then go back to being normal again really quickly. Those should prompt an evaluation by a neurologist. Some of the time, medication is necessary for those, but the number of times it happens, how long they last, and how they disrupt the child's day-to-day activity is going to enter into the sort of the decision matrix about whether to use medication or just keep a close eye on it. And there's valuable reasons to go both directions.
So one of the things that I know we've seen, and it seems like, a lot of other families I've talked to, is some growing issues with anxiety and stress response with some of the DDX kids. And especially we've seen with our daughter getting worse as she's getting older. And I'm just kind of curious if you have thoughts on that. Treatment strategies, is that spread kind of across? And do we know, is there anything we can do about that? Because it's getting almost debilitating at times.
Okay. The first thing is that there are medications that can be used that are not specific to DDX in any way, but rather are tools that are used in the community of children with autism or related disorders in terms of trying to treat that. It's definitely true that lots of conditions, this kind of behavioral concern will, increase over time. So that's definitely something that we see and is probably part of the natural history of DDX. But I would say not to be concerned about, not be fearful of using medication, but be well informed and start earlier if indeed it's a problem. Let your either neurologist, if you have a neurologist, or your pediatrician help guide you in terms of getting on board for that.
Similarly, along the lines of anxiety, there were also questions about ADHD. And in those cases, we also, consider somebody's developmental level and whether the symptoms of hyperactivity or difficulty focusing are out of proportion for what we would expect based on that individual's age. And we similarly often may use medications targeting treatment of ADHD that are used in individuals with intellectual disability and in individuals who are typically functioning. Those are things that you could explore with your provider if it is indicated, even though they are not DDX3X specific.
Is there a connection between absence seizures and developing into other types of seizures?
Again, the specifics, I think we don't know, but in general, for kids who have seizure disorders, you can definitely have progression from one to another or change from one to another. And if you feel that that's happening, that requires a workup typically by a child neurologist who's an expert in epilepsy, and may involve a 1 or 2 day stay in the hospital to collect information.
There also is sometimes co-occurrence of different types of seizures that isn't necessarily an evolution of one changing into another. Do you feel that there has been characterization of the different types of seizures that we are seeing in DDX3X syndrome?
Not in the way that we'd like it to be, in the level of detail that I know that Dr. Caceres and I are aiming for this study.
So I had a question about the seizures. And I guess kind of going off like the brain abnormalities, because funny story, my child actually was diagnosed in utero with a Dandy-Walker malformation, which fast forward, she's 15, but fast forward to 12 years old, she had a migraine for 2 days. And it took her being hospitalized and then doing another MRI to discover she actually had polymicrogyria. And to what we knew up to that point, she hadn't had seizures. But I always thought, she would do those staring off for 10, 20 seconds. And then fast forward 9 months later, after the polymicrogyria diagnosis, she has a seizure. She does adaptive cheer and she had a seizure, but she's only had 2 to know of. But the absent seizures was always something that in the back of my mind was a little concerning. But do you see that more? I mean, I went down rabbit holes, I think, like we all do, about polymicrogyria. And I was like, I never was truly looking out for seizures until I found out she had that brain abnormality. Do you see with the polymicrogyria associated that there are increased risks for more seizures? Because she's only had 2 and I chose not to put her on medication, but
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, whether to treat or not, because she's only had 2, I can definitely hear your wheels churning in terms of trying to decide. And I don't think there's a wrong answer. Or rather, if gathering more information is part of the process, that's definitely one way to think about how to do that. Definitely kids who have PMG or polymicrogyria have an increased risk of having seizures, regardless of the etiology, whether it's DDX or another syndrome that results in PMG. But definitely in the cohort that we looked at, when we looked at about 100 cases, there were, in kids who had PMG, there was an uptick in the number of girls who had seizures. And so for families that are in the community here or online, if your child has PMG and has not had a seizure, I would still sort of have increased vigilance about detecting that.
Thank you.
I would particularly like to get 3X boy who is de novo, 16 months old, asking
what kind of differences you see clinically between boys and girls.
So that's a complicated question. One way to think about boys and girls is that this is a gene that's on the X chromosome, and boys only have one X chromosome. And so whatever mutation there is going to be, it's something that has to be tolerated to allow the baby to be born and grow. So that is a feature of it. And the boys' mutations tend to be milder because of that reason. So that was the first question. Did you have? Well, right. So they look like girls with mild missense mutations.
Circumstances in a physically visible way. So punch a can, laughing, and shouting.
Right. So, I mean, I would kind of break those down into two groups, the ones where the children are getting agitated and are unhappy and need some redirection. And so that kind of redirection, I think, can be helpful all the time. And so, explaining to them in a brief way why we're changing course, right? So if, you're in the middle of making Play-Doh mountains, why you're going to now go read a book. But distraction is, I think a real key helper for that. And so, yeah, we see this all the time in lots of DDX girls, but also other children. And distraction is the first course. And only in really desperate times would you resort to medication to help control that.
Thank you
so much. I hope that was helpful. Okay, we are now going to do the mom panel. So give us a few minutes to get set up and we'll jump into that.
I can't find the clicker. Yeah, you can just. Okay, perfect.
I'm going to set my timer for each of us to have 5 minutes. Okay. Nope. I'm going to go first. And then do you want to go after me? No. Oh, okay. Well, so you're just okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. So what I thought we would do is I know these moms up here pretty well, and everybody I want to say is really an open book about our kids' experiences. And I certainly have a lot of strength and joy with this tribe of ladies who have been so unbelievably helpful on our journey, because we're all on quite a journey, I know. And so what I thought we would do is we're each going to spend 5 minutes giving like a brief overview of our child, and then that'll give us 30 minutes for question and answer, so we can really get into the weeds and try to be helpful with all of the things that everyone is concerned about. So I'm literally setting a timer for each of us so we can stay on track. So I am the mom to Virginia, who's 19 years old, and she's here. And she was the first child diagnosed in the US. And we found out when she was 9 years old. I had a super normal pregnancy. She's the second of 4 kids. So I have girl, girl, boy, boy. So she was breech. And at about 36 weeks, the doctor's like, well, she hasn't turned yet. We'll keep an eye on it. Try yoga, do upside down handstands, etc. None of that worked. So at 38 weeks, they said, we want to flip her and then we'll induce you. And so I wasn't concerned about any of it whatsoever. I had a great first pregnancy with Josephine, who's here. And they flipped her and induced me. Pretty easy birth. She ended up with a little breathing problem, and she was in the NICU for 4 days, which really still wasn't concerned, because the other kids in the NICU were in far worse shape than she was. And I brought her home. She proceeded to scream bloody murder for the first 6 months of her life and had a gastrointestinal emptying problem, and it was terrifying. And at that point, I was already pregnant with my 3rd child. Whoops. And so that was really, really, really scary. And I started going around to all the doctors saying, something's going on. What's happening? What's the story? She did every milestone late, sat up late, turned over late, walked late, all of it. She did end up walking just around 24 months, didn't really speak until she was 5. So now, after, going to a million doctors, and I'm going to tell you what I've learned and what I'm glad we did and what I wish we hadn't done, and all of those things. So I'll start with her weaknesses. So obviously she has intellectual disability. She reads at about 3rd grade level, but she read. She does math at a kindergarten level. She cannot learn to count money or do one. If you asked her what 1 + 2 was, she couldn't tell you. And though we've tried every single year of her life, she has what we like to lovingly refer to in our family as Rain Man tendencies. She's definitely OCD and super obsesses over something. Like if she asks me to buy her something on Amazon and I buy it, she will nonstop, incessantly text me about where is it, when's it coming, when's it coming, when's it coming. But that's just part of the joy. And I was really reticent to medicate her. And I did not, I barely take an Advil myself. And I was like, no, I don't want to load her up on pills. But now she's loaded up on pills. And I have to say, better living through chemistry, it's all worth it. So she takes a thyroid med because she has a low thyroid. She takes what we like to refer to as her happy pill, which is sertraline, which definitely keeps that joy going. She's on ADHD meds, which we've slowly upped as time has gone by. Now she's on metformin because she was one of those skinny mini drinking Pediasure, trying to gain weight until she hit puberty, got her period at 13 and gained a massive amount of weight, and definitely has an eating control problem. It's, we're pretty healthy in our house, and it's not that she wants 1 banana, she wants 3 bananas. And so that's been a struggle for us for sure. She's definitely pretty food obsessed. And our low points were, she's a big horseback rider, and she broke her femoral neck horseback riding, pretended that it was totally fine and would not go to the doctors. And we ended up having pins put in her hip, and she was in a full body cast for 6 weeks. And that was pretty dark. I kept reminding myself every day, dig deep, dig deep. She had tubes in her ears when she was younger, and she will never miss an opportunity to vomit. For instance, even last night, I think she was so overexcited. There was a lot of sugar. We got home, she threw up, and then she was totally fine. And she's totally fine today. Her strengths are that she has an unbelievable personality. I always like to say that she's just totally pure love. And she is the soul of our family. Physically, she's really pretty strong. She rides horses. She can canter horses. She can canter poles on horses. She does cross country at school. She runs 5Ks. She has continued to learn and speak better and makes incredible progress with her vocabulary. And she's now funny and she like puts everything together in a really good way. And she also loves to swear like a sailor. And so when she started doing this, it got such a reaction from us because, you know, that F word was so crystal clear. And you didn't want to tell her to stop, but you did want to tell her to stop because you had to tell her to stop. But, you know, she's really kind of funny like that. She is the soul of our family. And I always say that she has raised my other children far better than my husband or I ever could. She's taught us all compassion and patience and love. And she's had such a positive impact on our family and our community. And I read somewhere that someone said having a special needs kid is like when you're planning a trip and you think you're going to Italy and you're like, I love Italy. I can't wait to go to Italy. Italy's going to be amazing. And all of a sudden you wake up and you're in Ireland. You're like, what happened? But Ireland's not so bad either. So, you know, it's just, I'm really glad that we have surrounded her in a really tight knit community we have a big loving family, and that's been incredible support to me and, you know, to each other. She loves horses. She loves water. She learned music she learned to sing, learned to talk and learned her ABCs by singing. She's very musical. And we really have pushed education with her. And so she goes to a special needs school and she's in a really small classroom size. And she learned to read really with Wilson program, which was like a super specific program that really helped us along the way. And she is a senior in high school right now, and we're trying to figure out what's next. And we had kind of a big breakthrough week because we're looking at local colleges where she might actually live in a dorm in a very, very small controlled atmosphere. And I don't know if we're going to do it because it's like such a shock. I always assume she'd live with us for forever, but she continues to want to be independent. She says things to me now like, Mom, I'm 19. And she has her cell phone at lunch now at school. And I said, why are you texting me from school? Why do you have your cell phone? And she goes, senior privileges. So she just is a really great sense of humor and a real love and continues to really progress. And we keep pushing her to progress. Okay. Kate, you're up.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Cool. So I have a Nico and a Josie. That's a Gigi.
Oh, hold on. Let me get to you. There you go.
So that's Nico and Josie. I have identical girls with DDX3X because we're in the right place. Josie is smaller, so she's a smaller twin. We don't know if she has a secondary syndrome or if it's just because she has a lot worse gastro issues. So there's your science experiment, identical twins. Nico is the taller twin. So they were my first pregnancy. They have a younger sister that's 13. I was on bed rest for 2 months. We had markers throughout the way. 20-week ultrasound had polycystic kidneys and mild ventriculomegaly. So their ventricles of their brain were a little inflamed. Amnio was clear. Our fetal MRI was clear. So we were monitored. They were born at 34 weeks, 3 weeks in NICU. If any of your kids were in NICU, we were typical growers and feeders, as they call them. They passed every other test. So there were no red flags. At 4 months, I mean, I didn't have any other kids, but at 4 months, I was like, this isn't normal. My mom in the back was like, that's not normal. And so we went for a NICU follow-up. We saw an ophthalmologist who was amazing. Bedside manner, not as amazing, but it's okay. And he said, these kids are blind, they'll never see, and there's something genetic. You need to go see a geneticist. And I was like, well, we saw a geneticist. We cleared there. Saw a geneticist. He said, there's nothing wrong with your kids. Leave them alone. So at 6 months old, we started OT, PT, speech, vision, developmental, whatever we could do. That continued just twice a week, everything. I think that was pretty key, was that 0 to 3 time. As they got older, we kind of expanded into activities. So swimming and different things like that. Now they're in Special Olympics swimming, just to keep them in the water. It's bad when the Special Olympics meet, they clap for Josie because she literally floats down the water, but she makes it. She likes to pretend she's a paraplegic in the water. She's not. She can walk. I had to literally threaten her with an iPad because she started in the shallow end, so that was special. We gave our blood work at 3 years old. So Dr. Dobbins, we gave our blood work to at 3 years old, and then 5 years later, so when they were 8 years old is when they were diagnosed. So maybe the second round, I don't know. We go to a typical school. Josie, I guess I should tell you a little bit more about them. Josie is our little warrior. Sounds like we all have little nicknames for our kids. She does not care about anyone or anything. She doesn't care about pleasing you. So that was really hard with therapy and everything. She cares about TV and food. We have nonstop eaters. It's a problem. They're never full. She has a very low tone. She's very smart, but she is nonverbal. She had a couple words when she was little, but those are gone now. She can read chapter books. She was reading when we figured out that she was actually reading and not looking at her books. And like, we would answer questions and she would get them right on her talker. And we were like, whoa, we missed this. So I would just it's interesting because she is, especially when we were always doing speech therapy or therapy when they were little, like, oh, with that one, we're just going to work on feeding. I'm like, no, seriously, push her. And you have to keep trying and finding the ones that care enough to push her. So every time we'd get somebody that would be like, oh, we're just gonna work on feeding, we'd just go find somebody else that would actually try to learn Josie. You have to for Josie to like you have to earn it. You really have to earn it. And then she'll show you that she knows stuff. Nico is similar to Gigi. She loves life. She loves people. She was probably the most social one person last night. So if you were there, I'm sure she introduced herself to you and would not go away until you were like, no. She loves life. She loves people. She makes it work for her. Her apraxia is a lot worse than Josie's. So functionally to do things is a lot harder. We didn't think that she would ever be able to read. We didn't think Josie would ever be toilet trained or walk. They said she would never walk. She can walk. So just keep pushing. You have to advocate. You have to push. And Nico, she makes high school work for her. So she, they are on their own. You have to push. I mean, we just fight and fight and fight. Can you push them into not learning about Peter Pan for the 5 millionth time? Nico is manager of the varsity softball team. So she found it and made it work for her. And that was life-changing. If she didn't have that opportunity to figure out the schedule, to figure out the bus without an aide, she would never be at the level she is now. And now she had the coach shop her around. So now she's going to be the freshman girls basketball manager. She joined the bowling team because she figured out it was a no-cut sport. And I was like, how do you know what no-cut is? They figure it out. They really, really do. I'm veering. This is why I have notes. I can obviously talk about my kids, but I'm sure it's the same with yours. Brushing teeth, brushing hair is a sick form of torture. As is showering and all the things, get a handicapped shower, find a way if I have insurance to cover it. But everything else is they don't feel anything. Same thing. Nico walked on a fractured tibia. They were like, we're not giving the kid an x-ray. She's walking on it. I'm like, it's broken. I'm telling you, it was broken. They will potty train at some point. I promise. Again, Josie was 10 and we were like, this is never going to work. And it finally started taking. Just keep trying different things. And then finally overnight somehow happened again. We were like, we're just going to keep trying. I mean, she did pee all over the basement floor the other week. So it doesn't go without mistakes. The repetition and the impulse control is real. So we just constantly have one-way conversations with Josie all the time. This is where we're going. This is what we're going to be doing. Because she can't communicate that she's freaking out about something. So her gastro system just shuts down even worse than it already is now. So we just kind of keep explaining to her, we're going to do this first. The second, she needs to hear all the steps, all the things. She won't tell you that she's upset about the situation. She'll just lose it, or you just don't know, or the smell coming out of her is wrong. There's different ways she'll let you know. And Nico will get obsessed about one thing. So like she probably got overwhelmed with you last night, and she tries so hard to figure out how to have a conversation, but then she gets stuck on one thing. And so it was, I'm going to miss this Halloween party next week. So yeah, the repeat is real, and you kind of never win. They're in theater, they're in acting. Like, again, it's just like all about advocating. You just got to keep pushing and finding the things. So they're in a blended they're in Special Olympics. So it's just with their peers that they're in class with, but then they're in a theater acting program that they love. Josie, she hates being around people, but she loves music, and she loves to, sure you guys saw her get the Zoomies, as we call them. And so we found a program that works for her. So she hates 2 times a year that she has to stand up on stage. I mean, literally, she said her line with her talker, because I bribed her. I was like, don't ruin this for everyone else. Oh, that's another thing. And so I was like, I will get you whatever you want to eat afterwards. And so she said her last line, and then she went quickly to the other screen and she said McDonald's, because I would give her McDonald's, but my husband will. She knows how to work that. We were given advice. We used to go to Easter Seals when they were little, and somebody told me, treat them as though they're normal and discipline them though as though they're normal. Like you understand that they can't navigate all of it fine, but like we tell Nico all the time, like there's not a special world for you. Like this is it. You have to, I know it's harder, but you have to find a way around it. So we really, really do try hard not to put them on a pedestal, not to make excuses for them, give them the same expectations, which gets me to the next thing. Like take care of yourself, take care of your other siblings if they have siblings. I don't know. I could read you this journal entry. Reese would kill me if she knew it that I was reading it to you, but like they're just different. I'll read it later. They're different if there's time. They're different. Like they're so much more mature, which is hard for them in their class. I mean, Josephine could probably speak to it. When they're younger, they just don't fit in with other kids because their level of maturity is on another level. The level of empathy is on another level. But don't take that as, oh, my kid's great, they're fine. Like take care of them, because as they get older, like their anxiety grows too, and their like frustration grows of like, now I start realizing my family, it's a lot harder here. So take care of them, take care of yourself. And drugs are great. We love drugs. I've tried every homeopathic, cranial sacral, all the things. They're great. We've moved on to drugs. They're great.
No, you're over. It's okay. You had 2.
Well, you
Okay.
And speaking of drugs, I was joking with another family. I used to cry all the time. I was a big crier, and I get so frustrated now because I don't cry because I'm on meds. So as Kate said, that is one thing you'll always hear me, if you hear me talking, is to advocate for yourself. I've always been one to exercise and work out, but like, I cannot emphasize how important it is for you to take care of yourself, find time for yourself. Even if that means throwing the kid in a stroller and going for a walk, like you have to take care of yourself, or because the journey is long. So, this is Harper. I'm sure many of you have already met Harper, or she'll come find you. So, similarly, Beth, Liz, and Kate, we all met in Chicago many, many years ago. So right
2016.
Yeah. So we've been on this journey for a long time. There's a handful of us that still come to this every year. It's awesome to see all these new families. So thank you for investing the time. And I hope that it's worthy for you to come every year, because still however many years, 8 years in, 9 years in, there's nothing more important for me to do this every year. And then if we host the family event on our farm, because this is my life. This is our tribe, as many of us say. So about Harper. So, Harper is my first, she'll be 14 in December. I have a son, Lake, that is 11. Good gosh. 11. And Harper's pregnancy was very normal, all things considered. As you see, I'm tall and slender. That's genetics. So I had interurinary growth restriction, but that wasn't necessarily tied to necessarily DDX. Normal pregnancy. They induced me. And then at 4 months, shy of 4 months, I could just tell something wasn't right. To be completely frank, I've never been a babysitter. I'm not necessarily your typical, oh, I want kids. I love mom. I so, but I could just tell something wasn't right. At that time we were seeing a pediatrician that thought maybe it was torticollis. So we went to therapy and I was like, still not a thing right. So we went to a different pediatrician and I'll never forget, he picked her up like this and she, flopped both ways. And he said, yeah, something's not right. And next thing is we were seeing geneticists and neurologists wherever we could. We're in Northwest Arkansas. We were the first ones in Arkansas. There's another family, fortunately, now that's in our area as well. And we now have 5 in Arkansas. So, and I think most of them see our geneticist, Dr. Schaefer, unfortunately is retiring. But hopefully we'll get a new guy that comes in house that has as much advocacy as Dr. Schaefer has. So that was kind of our diagnosis path. Harper didn't crawl till she was 16 months. I remember it was Easter morning. She walked at 2.5. I will say the first 18 months of her life personally was hell. It just very, very tough time for me. I worked for Walmart. I was businesswoman. This rocked my world. And then I would say, then you get into the 4s and 5s, and that's really when they start, or at least I think most of us would say 4 and 5 is kind of where they then start blossoming again. And you really start seeing, or being tangible things, I should say, from a vocabulary. Harper really didn't grow her vocabulary until probably the last couple of years. And then similarly, finding the right speech pathologist, not someone that's just going to ask them to repeat words. While repeating is important, don't hear that that's not important, but really understanding the form of how they process and how their language can come out. It doesn't have to come syllable by syllable. So that's really important. I know that there'll be some topics on that later. Again, little bit, every kid is a little bit different there. Trying to think what else. Let's see. Basically everything that Beth and Kate have already said are very similar paths of Harper. Again, I think they have part of that gene, that they're never full. Similarly, the only other thing I would say on medicine is like really same thing. I don't really take medicine, never grew up around my family. And I'll never forget in kindergarten, we put her on medicine and it was like literally overnight. She went from not being able to sit at her desk and not be able to do any academic things to like being able to do it. And that's one thing I try to preach to parents too, that are kind of on the edge, is like, think of it as medicine as a turn off and turn off, turn on and turn off, and it doesn't stay in their system. So don't be afraid to try it, because you can always walk away from it if that's not what your gut is telling you or not what you want to do. It's okay to try it. At least that's my personal opinion, because it doesn't stay in their system. We've tried other medicines like that hasn't worked, too. So, and that's the other thing, it's trial and error, and then they grow, and then they go through puberty. To Kate's point, I know I try to advocate as much as I can on Facebook, and I'm very sensitive to the fact of like trying to always be positive. But I will tell you that as much as I've been in the dark, dark, dark place that I never thought I'd be in my life, joy always wins, like always wins, and drugs. So I would just tell you that like, it is, these kiddos are they are truly amazing. And like kids say, just keep advocating. Don't give up. I give Teresa a lot of credit, because her and I talk a lot, but like I gave up with school because it was killing me personally. And I will tell you that that's the one thing I probably regret is, and it's not too late, but is not advocating enough for her to be in general ed more, because our kiddos are social they thrive in those environments. And in an academic environment, these school teachers want to put them in because they feel like they have to progress academically. We look at Gigi, like she can't, how many times every year for 19 years, they tried to get her to learn how to do math or money, and they just aren't going to be there. So find that balance of academic growth with the social, because that's where they're going to learn to talk. That's where they're going to learn to cuss. Similarly,
Exactly.
Harper will drop the F-bomb and shit left and right. Like, pardon me for any children that are in here, but like, that's where they learn that stuff. And to Beth's point, it's exciting, but yet, you have to teach them right from wrong. I'm trying to think of what else I have on here. Trying to just speak more from a personal level. Holidays are hard. I will tell you that holidays are the hardest for me. That's really probably where I get the most sad. Is just because, again, our holidays are different. Yes, we're with family. Well, we don't really have a lot of family near us, but you make the best of it. And just, again, circling back to what Kate said, and it's all in capitals, make time for yourself, keep yourself healthy, because that's where the joy will come, because the joy drives within you. And then just, again, like I said, first 18 months, 3 to 4 years was super hard. Focus on the now. Don't worry about because guess what? Control it. That's another big quote that I always tell people that I interact with is focus on what you can control.
Yeah.
So it's a pleasure. And I'm an open book, as Beth said. So please let me know how I can help you guys.
Great. Liz.
That's Lily, who you heard about before. We did not bring her. We live in California and just didn't want to pull her out of school for 3 days. So Lily's definitely on the more moderate side, I would say, especially of the girls that are here. She's nonverbal, though she says mama and dada, all done more, and the occasional word. Like, I'd be like, Alex, did she just say a carrot? And he's like, oh my God, I heard that too. So she definitely can say some words. She uses a device, not very proficiently. She is incredibly tenacious and can be very stubborn. And she is smart enough to be incredibly manipulative. And she knows that if she knows someone's going to do something for her, she will let them do it. As an only child, she is either with me, my husband, or our nanny. So somebody's always catering to her. But she is also the happiest child ever. She's never not happy. I mean, she can be in her room. We wouldn't leave her there for hours, but she literally could be in her room for hours, just playing with a puppet and being so content. And even though she doesn't have any siblings, we live in a small community and everybody knows her. Like, we'll be out and about and everyone will be like, hi, Lily. And Alex and I will have no idea who people are. So that's very nice. She is incredibly adaptable. We have taken her all around the world. She loves traveling. She loves flying. She loves turbulence. This summer, we took her to London. We walked 3 miles a day. And this is a child who didn't start walking until she was 5. So she walks, but she looks drunk most of the time. But her balance is getting better. She never freaks out in any different scenario. We just kind of explain to her, okay, this is where we're going. So even though she's hard, she's easy, which I know kind of sounds a little bit strange. I would say the hardest part is her lack of communication, but I think that is outweighed by the fact that she's so happy. She never seems to really get frustrated. I think part of the reason maybe she doesn't use her device that much is because she knows her wants and needs will get met by someone eventually. So I am in the very, we're doing everything for her program. So she's in PT, OT, speech, ABA, hippotherapy, music therapy, and vision therapy. So she's kept very busy.
And she surfs sometimes.
And she does surf. Yes. Annually, she does surf. And she loves to swim. So she's very programmed. She's a very busy schedule. She works so hard. She pushes her little body, and works really hard, and gets tired. So she goes to bed early. Just a couple like things that we have learned in our journey that I would like other people to know about. So like Beth screaming for 6 months when she was a baby. She had, what's that called? When things come up. Reflux. Yeah, she had reflux, and probably until she was 9, she would have constipation diarrhea. We had no idea what it was. We went to a GI doctor. They had us do all these things. And then she's like, you know what? Let's do a biopsy. Turns out she's a severe dairy allergy, which we had no idea about. She never seemed in pain. So how would we know? So I thought that was interesting. I don't know if there's any other reported cases of DDX, but just something to be mindful of.
Virginia did too as a child.
Is dairy allergy. Okay. And then the other thing is at one of the conferences, Dr. Shear's like, you know what, you should really have her do an EEG. I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah, I'm just hearing more cases of these girls having seizures. And I'm like, okay, we'll do it. And it was a pain. And we went up to San Francisco and she had to have all these 2 things in her hair overnight. And then he called me. I told him never to start a sentence like this, but he said, I have bad news. And so she had had a 6-second seizure while she was sleeping, which we had no idea about. So she's now on seizure medication. Alex and I have never really seen one. Our nanny saw one and they saw one at school, but it's been about 3 years. And at first I was like, oh God, this is another thing we have to worry about, but she takes the medication and it seems fine. She doesn't have any side effects from that medication. One other thing was she has visual processing issues. So we had been to a bunch of ophthalmologists. They all said her eyes were fine. I'm like, I don't know about this. Then we saw a developmental optometrist who noticed strabismus, that her eyes were slightly crossing. She's been in glasses for 2 years now. Her eyes no longer cross. She's in vision therapy, which I think has helped exponentially. When your eyes cross. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. Vision therapy, I highly recommend. It's also helped with her eye contact. She had ear tubes when she was little as well. Alex, am I forgetting anything? I know.
You did 5 minutes, so you're good.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Good job. Good job.
I was going with it when I said I've tried to be more positive and joy. I want to be real. Harper still poops her pants every day at 14, not every day, but every week. So yes, she is potty trained P, but she still poops her pants. So it's not all glory over here. And then the other advice I'd give you is seal their teeth. I don't know about see their teeth, like
Cavities.
yeah, I'm not going to lie. I don't brush Harper's teeth every day because it's the last thing I want to do. And I don't need nothing to do. And so my excuse is her teeth are sealed and my mom was a dentist. So take that for what it's worth.
Okay, Shelley.
Hi, I'm Shelly. My daughter's name is Zoe, and I have since found out since I got here that she has a nonsense mutation. Okay, she has a nonsense mutation.
Okay.
She is a donor egg, actually, and I had other than being old and pregnant, I had a pretty normal pregnancy. It was high risk just based on my age. She came a tiny bit early, and was a very quiet baby. I mean, quiet baby in the room and quiet baby pretty much her entire development. I noticed something was wrong with her primarily because when it came to trying to sit up, she didn't sit up, but she was super happy. Like all of it, she was easy, lovely, smiley. She just was missing milestones. So we started birth to 3. Actually, we started just with physical therapy initially in a physical therapy office. She absolutely hated it. It was tummy time and crying, and it felt like it was torture. So I stopped doing it. And then eventually we got into the birth to 3 program. I'm in Connecticut. And she got all the therapies, you know, speech, OT, all of those, lots of people coming all the time. I actually brought her to work with me. I work for my mother. That's what made that easy. And the people came to my office. So she's sort of been with me all the time. She loves people, particularly adults. I think it's because she spent so much time with them. She goes to a traditional public school. She has a one-on-one para. She is minimally verbal is how I describe that. I don't think that's actually a term, but that's what I say. She's got a few words. She has an AAC device and she also uses ASL. We call them Zoe signs because her dexterity is not great. So she approximates the signs. And I just got her school this year in our PPT to integrate ASL throughout all of her education. So everybody's doing sign with her all the time and all of the things that she's doing. She's in a gen ed classroom about 60% of the time, pulled out for either therapy or into the special ed resource room about 40% of the time. We do all of the outside therapies in addition to what she's getting in school. So we 2 times a week do OT, 2 times a week do speech. One of those times is in the pool. So she does aquatic OT and aquatic speech. And then she also does horseback therapy. She's been doing that since she's about 3. Let's see, she is very impatient. Like, if I was going to say my biggest struggle, it's that she's super impatient. And her particular form of expressing that is a very loud, high-pitched screech. So probably every child that's here, she screams the loudest. Every time we go to an event, we went to a TD autism event at a big theater in New York City, and the loudest child in the room was mine. There was no question. When she screeches, you can't miss it. She's learning now to get that impulse control so we can at least get a pause. We still get the screech, but at least she's thinking about it. It's not just shooting out. Let's see, things that I would say that regret, if you would, is I think that initially when we were dealing with the therapies, I let them go too long when I didn't think it was working, whether it was the type of therapy or the therapist. And so my advice would be is cut bait. Like, if you know, don't feel bad, right? Like, you want to find the best thing for your kid. You're not going to hurt their feelings. Move on and find somebody really who is the best fit for you. I would echo the advocacy, constantly advocating for your kid. One of the things that I have said to mothers in the DDX 3X world is when you're in a room advocating for your child, with the exception of probably this room, you are the expert. Like, you know more than they do about this. So own that kind of, don't let them intimidate you or tell you you don't know what you're talking about. And when necessary, the resources that we've already talked about that have spoken to us, they're almost all available, and they will help support you if you need that, whether that's giving you information to bring to your local doctor, whether that's giving you information to bring to your school so that you can teach them. So Zoe happens to be in a tiny school district as well, tiny town. When we go around town, people absolutely know Zoe that I do not know. Very, very happy girl. And let's see, did I cover all the categories? I think I did. I think I covered, personal. Yes, I agree with you totally about making sure you take care of yourself. One of the things that I say is find somebody who can be a sounding board that you can talk to on a regular basis that's not in your pool. So they're not dealing with your struggle. They don't really have an opinion of how it goes, but they're a good sounding board. If they have something going on in their life where you can share that, it's even better. My best friend happens to have MS. So we've been friends since we were 8. There is so much similarity between what's going on with her currently and what's going on with Zoe. But she doesn't get sick of me talking about it, right? Like, you can talk to your spouse and you can talk to your parents and you can talk, but at some point, you feel like you're droning on. And if you have an ally in it, or you can drone or vent or whatever that may be, whether that's a professional therapist or a friend that you pick, I think that it helps go a long way at normalizing what's happening in your life. Last thing I will say is on the drugs. So I'm on the complete opposite side. Because of fear, full disclosure, we actually work with Dr. Caceres. She has started me down that path. And it's the trial and error part, full disclosure, that scares me the most, because I'm like, how do I know? She can't tell me. I'm like, it doesn't seem like it's doing anything. I don't really know. Am I just giving her drugs to give her drugs? I don't know. Should I not? And so I'm sticking with it. But we definitely have not gone. Personally, I'm fine with taking drugs. But we haven't gone down the road. And that's our story.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, our little 3-year-old is last. Let's go, Candice.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So my name is Candice, and our daughter Violet is 3. She'll be 4 in about 3 weeks, actually. She's here. If you haven't seen her, you might have heard her. She sings a lot, and she's walking around with a little Mickey Mouse doll that is her best friend. So sort of similarities in some of the pregnancy stories. My pregnancy was very normal up until the last few weeks. And then I had intrauterine growth restriction. And so it was induced at 38 weeks. And I remember being in labor and the doctors being like, she's so feisty. And I was like, what are you talking about? But they knew, and Violet is still extremely feisty. when she was born, she had difficulty regulating her temperature and was in the NICU. She couldn't pass the car seat test, which in hindsight we know was probably related to her low tone. So she spent 10 days in the NICU, brought her home. She had colic. She would only sleep in our arms. So we were pretty much sleep deprived the first 5 months. She just wouldn't lay down in a crib. We had like a million bassinets and nothing worked. Didn't really think a lot beyond that. But right around the time she started rolling, she rolled in one direction. She couldn't push up on her arms. So we saw an orthopedist because her thumbs were tucked into her palms. Then we got the low tone diagnosis through the orthopedist, and that sort of started us on our journey. So we had physical therapy and occupational therapy while we were seeing a neurologist and getting our genetic testing. So we got our DDX3X diagnosis when she had just turned 1 and connected with the foundation pretty much immediately. And with that diagnosis, like a lot of people have said, I used it to help advocate for more services for her. So we got her speech therapy and special instruction through our early intervention program. When we got our diagnosis, she wasn't sitting up. So we really didn't know what the future held, but we just kept pushing for therapies where we needed additional therapies than what the state or the city was giving us. We did them. So Violet, she walked at 18 months and we used a lot of sign language initially with her. She said her first word at 19 months. And she has a lot of words. Communication is challenging still. Since leaving early intervention, she started last year at a special needs preschool. She's in a class with 12 other kids, 1 teacher and 3 aides. And she's doing really well there. We've tried every therapy under the sun and just have seen what's worked, what's not worked. She gets speech, physical therapy and occupational therapy in school. And then in addition, we take her to music therapy. We found that singing was sort of that gateway into her learning language. And so we sing a lot in our house. We play a lot of music. She belts it out every chance she gets. But she's learned a lot about language through song. So we do music therapy, which she loves. We also started a dance class that she loves and is learning how to take turns and how to follow directions. So she's kind of learning just through different experiences. And, I'd say if something isn't working, we don't continue with it. But we try everything at least once and just see what works. And like everybody said here, it is really important to take care of yourself, surround yourself with people who are supportive, finding a community that supports you and your family and the things that you're interested in. The foundation has also been an amazing resource. And it's so nice to meet other families and older kids and learn. I mean, we learned about hippotherapy, which she also does, through other people here. So it's been great. And, she continues to surprise us with what she can do. So we don't really put limitations on her and just look to support her wherever we can and just excelling.
Great.
You want to take the mic for questions?
Okay, what questions do you have for us? Chelsea's going to take the mic and remember we're open books here, so we'll go there. Don't worry.
Yeah, I just have a general question about horseback riding. I used to own horses, so I know how finicky the horses can be, and I'm actually quite reluctant to put my 3-year-old on a merry-go-round. At what point did you know when to introduce your child to the horses?
I'll take that one because I am a horseback rider. Josephine, my oldest daughter, is a horseback rider, and Virginia is a horseback rider. And I know what you mean. It's right. It could be super scary. We started really slow on a very safe horse that we knew and loved. And I used to take her to a place that was a therapeutic riding place, which was really used to like paraplegics and started her that way.
And when we worked up, and then she got really confident, and Virginia now rides a horse that I used to ride. And the horse loves Virginia far more than the horse loves me. And the horse knows to be extra careful with Virginia. And it's a wild thing. And we all laugh at the barn that the horse's name is Let's Boogie. And we all love that Let's Boogie loves Virginia the most. And Let's Boogie takes unbelievable care of her. So you just have to be at a really safe place. And, you know, horses, you've got to start at a professional place that knows what to do with these kids. Did you want anyone want to
Somebody
add?
want to speak to hippotherapy? Because I mean, Gigi cantering a horse on her own is very
Right. So it took us a long time to get there. And so now, you know, she started off really slow, like, you know, walking with two aids on either side. And so, you know, she's been doing this since she was three. She's been doing this since she was 3. Right. Exactly. Right. So now she helps tack up the horse and takes the horse out there. And she is like, I mean, she's 5'1", 139 pounds. And she is like hardcore on that horse. She takes the crop and it's like, getting the horse to go and, get him to canter. And, she really is the boss on the horse, and it's pretty empowering for her. So she got there.
I'll just say, Violet started hippotherapy when she was 2, and it's very supportive. These are professionals. She has an OT and a PT and somebody leading the horse. So she's kind of surrounded. She's got her helmet on. So starting with a professional, I mean, she was braver than I would have been to get on a horse. But it's amazing to see what she's been able to do while riding. And she's also learning how to have the horse go and stop while she's doing all these other activities. So
I also found that the horseback riding made her language explode early on. There was something, I don't know, maybe it was like the vestibular movement or something, but like after she got off that horse, she was like a different person verbally in the beginning. It really helped push along her speech.
The thing I would add is that it's the one activity that we've engaged in that Zoe does without me. So we did soccer. I ran around the soccer field. We did everything we did required me to be there. But when she goes to horseback therapy, she does have the people she has less people supporting her than she did when she was 3, but she still has people supporting her. But it's also all her. It's like her thing. I put the helmet on and bye-byes, and she can go do it. And it's one of the things where she's gotten better, I guess, for lack of a better way to describe it, right? Now she can hold the reins, and soon she'll learn to turn the horse. And it's someplace where she's growing that I couldn't get in other activities unless I did the activity.
And I just want to share the experience of my sister with a horse too. I'm a doctor, and I became a doctor because of my sister to help her with the Dixie syndrome. And before, when she was something like 5 years, we started the ecotherapy with a horse. And in the beginning, she has 3 people with her. And today she's riding a horse alone. And there's something that is really important to think about is the part of the physical stability and all the equilibrium that happens when you're riding a horse. So if you want to put your kid in a horse, to ride a horse, you need a treatment first, the part of the physiotherapist group, and have a physical education at the same time to use all the body and to prepare the legs and the part of the rest of the body to have a more stability, because this is something that will help her to have a more stay stronger inside in the horse. And the ecotherapy have other benefits that you can see in the part of the sensorial process and the motor process too. So it's excellent. Use this therapy too, and you can change the situation like it.
Great. Thank you so much. Next question. Oh yeah, lots of
There's
questions.
so
We got to go fast. I know we got so many good questions.
Is it on?
No.
This one's for Beth. I've noticed my mom like going off over the conversations of weight gain this conference. I've noticed that with my daughter this last year, that I feel like she's kind of, I don't know if she's just blossoming into womanhood because she's 16, or if this is something I should be concerned about. So I felt this would be the best question for you. My question is, what age did you see the shift happen, and what were the changes that you saw over time besides the overeating?
So Virginia got her period at about 13 and a half. And before that, I mean, she was so skinny mini. At one point at the doctor's when she was little, she was 3% body weight percentile and 97% height. I was like, oh, I'm raising a supermodel. What is going on here? And then we got to that puberty age, and it really kind of started around there. Kate just said 15, and I think 15 is probably exactly when it happened. And I find that it's very sensory seeking for her. Like, again, it's not one banana, it's 3 bananas. I have begged every doctor about this. We go to the thyroid doctor on Wednesday. We've been to a weight doctor at Chop Pen. Chop, our pediatrician would give her a semaglutide. That has been recommended to me by other doctors. They're not allowed to prescribe it for kids that are young. And even though Virginia is technically an adult, so we started on metformin. So metformin is a diabetes drug that is supposed to help with the weight. And it definitely helped. We started at a low dose. We moved it up. It kept her pretty stable. And we felt like we were at a good trajectory. She was 147 at her height. And then she went down to like the low 130s. And now she's kind of up at the high 130s again. And so I am going to try to this week when I go see the thyroid doctor, start a semaglutide. Ozempic is apparently really rough on these kids' stomachs. We have a scientific advisor who has a child with Prader-Willi syndrome, which is like causes massive weight gain, and the Ozempics and all of that have not worked for that disease at all. So it might not work for our kids, but I'm going to try to be the guinea pig for it, and I'll let you guys know. And what the pediatrician said is like, you don't want to keep ramping it up. You just want to keep it on a low dose and see if that helps. So we'll see. Tamar, Kim, any thoughts on this? The 3 of us here have girls with periods.
Not on my.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot about early onset. I think that there is early onset, but I would say the symptoms for whatever reason for our kiddos are very different. So most, if you start with the formal name is for Dr. We'll talk about breast size. Our kiddos.
It's not what comes first. You'll start with body odor.
So
Maybe even at like 6, you'll start with body odor. Yeah. Yes.
I'm scared of stopping and scared of the conversation. I've changed the state stuff the other time. So I'm not touching that for a while, and so we did it, and then it gets rough. I mean, dads out there, I'm sorry, apologize. It's bad.
I'm going to give a shout out to Kate's husband, who is unbelievable with the girls, with their female hygiene. I'll just say that.
So they're off of that. Now we're on the shot, which the weight issue, it's really intense, even worse with the shot, but I got to a point where I was like, we have to. So it's, yeah.
Hi, thank you for being up there and taking my question and everyone else's. So I have a daughter who is 23, and this is probably a topic, we were discussing the school bus stop coming and what's next. So the conversation about having DDX3X and my daughter, she doesn't grasp it. What are thoughts from those with older children and maybe those growing up on how you're going to discuss their abilities and how they're different in society, and that, why doesn't everybody else have help with this? And are there any anecdotal stories and or strategies people have had, because my daughter's on her way here right now and she's like, I don't need to be there because I don't have that. And I'm like, baby. Okay.
Yeah.
We joke in our house that like no one is normal. Everyone has something.
I don't mean normal. I mean about discussing it.
Yeah.
So she's capable of understanding processes and things in the world and how things are going. But are there any, I've taken her to the page, we've looked at it, but she's like, and yeah, so, and I'm not looking, but she's coming into an audience tonight that's going to be talking about this. And she's going to be like, why am I here?
Yeah.
So,
Interesting.
and I don't know.
Is she
that-
very high functioning?
She's fair. I mean, she reads at a second grade level.
okay.
She's social, just as
Sounds
what-
like Virginia.
This is my child up there at different
Yeah.
stages.
Yeah.
So, our
Yeah.
discussions as of late, because she's in an adult program and we're starting to plan for life as a young adult. And she doesn't want to be an adult, but she doesn't want to be a kid. So, again, normal neurotypical pieces of conversation with our young people, but how have you bridged some of that with some of your growing children and or younger children? It's not been relevant at all until recently for us.
Yeah, so we joke in our house that like everyone has something, and that we explain like, that thing that you're going through is a lot harder, and that's not what other people go through. That's really hard for you, but that's not hard for other people. So that's how we get through with conversations. And so they're aware of it. Like the same thing we talk about, we're looking at day programs and activities, and like her friends are looking at colleges, and she's like, what college am I going to? And like, so I'm like, that's why I bug you about showering yourself. If you can't even shower yourself, you can't go to a college. Like, and so we just have lots of conversations about like, after people go to high school, then they go to college, or, then they go live on their own, or they get a job. And so we have a lot of those types of conversations, and not to scare them, but just to like, this is how life goes. And that's going to be really hard for you. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, right now Josie's in transition, and that sweet girl in the back is a housekeeper at a hotel. I feel so bad for the housekeeper. So yeah.
Sorry, going this way. I'll do this one and then I'll.
Good afternoon. Since I wanted to stay on the same theme with the female issues and the puberty and the sensory issues, I was wondering how you guys approached or how it tackled with. So my daughter is 10 and is the breast development, and we've had a very hard time with trying to introduce bras and training bras. She doesn't like the way they feel, and the whole sensory, which is part of the sensory issue, I think, with her. And what your ladies' approach have been, and how you been successful or not with that.
That's such a good question.
I'll first of all, thank you for speaking up as a father, because I think
well done.
It's our life, so we should not avoid it. I can't speak specifically to the bras other than what we found worked for Harper was more of like the thinner ones that are basically like the non-seamless ones, and similar with panties. So like obviously because they're just finer. So that's somebody else
Almost like
can
a
speak to.
pullover, like tank top, jog bra kind of situation. Like a very soft one.
Yeah.
I mean, Josephine, I'm going to embarrass you. I remember we were trying to get Josephine to do, or Virginia to do it. And Josephine would be like, see, I'm wearing one. You wear one too. I wear, you wear, mom wears it,
Yeah. Harper will say like, no bra. And I say, you're a big girl. Everyone at school is wearing a bra. You need to wear a bra. Relative. So a little bit different for us, but I think it might be a tool that potentially other people can use. So like I mentioned, Harper poops in her pants. And so she used to just poop at night or in the mornings. And so we didn't have an issue. And then it transitioned to whenever she needed to go. And so I refused to put her back in pull-ups. And so we started putting pads in her underwear so that I didn't soil her underwear. So she could wear big girl underwear, but wear pads. And so thankfully, as she's now started her period, that's something that we've just been able to transition over. So
solid
just
advice.
Food for thought, pads. And her period hasn't been heavy enough to really have to worry about anything else at this point. And then there's always the period underwear too. So.
And just FYI, Kohl's has the adaptive sensory wear. So yeah, it's a soft material and it's called their adaptive line in case there are sensory clothing issues.
Hello. My question is about safety awareness. Well, I actually have two questions, but the first one is about safety awareness. My daughter's young, she's 2, but I can just tell already that she has very little safety awareness, if anything at all. So I'm just wondering, how did you guys teach your daughters how to have safety awareness, or when did it come, or what can I do?
He has none. I say she's like the ultimate trust fall kid. I just talk to her about it all the time. I am constantly talking about safe body, watch your feet. You have to have your eyes open to walk. Or, whatever the thing is that's happening, it is a running dialogue, similar to somebody else said. It's like a running dialogue of the things I want her to be aware of. But as of 7, she can get halfway through her school unassisted.
Okay. My other question was, as far as like behaviors, so like my daughter's in speech, PT, OT, but as far as like stimming behaviors, like rocking and flapping, and then also like safety awareness, but and other behaviors that are not quote unquote normal, what do you guys do therapy like for behaviors, or how does that work?
Who does?
Yes. So I swear I was going to let other people talk, but so the street thing, the safety thing, hot things, all that. I mean, it's just constant conversation. When you're driving in a car, we're like, that's a stop sign. So you stop. That's a green light. So you go. And just like you're talking to yourself, like you're insane. And then like Josie could care less. And so we're still working on, like, it's part of her IEP. She doesn't care. She's like, I know someone else is going to grab me. Nico has the motivation that she wants to be independent. So I say, like, give them a chance to fail, but give them a chance to fail so they're not walking in the middle of the street. But like, don't like, and so Nico, we're in a safe community. So she can walk from our house to the grocery store and has to cross a light. And I mean, I get calls all the time, like, your kid's out. I'm like, I know, it's a planned out. They're like, she broke free again. I'm like, no, this one is on purpose. So I'm like, we're trying to have her go to the grocery, and she knows everyone works at the grocery store, and she has a phone. And so like with safe parameters, yes, we did a ton of ABA probably for 5 years before it was a thing. We have constant conversations with consequences. Like if you're, you can stim, but you stim here at this time, like you can't like look around you. You can't stim like that. And even if you don't think they're getting it, like have those conversations. Like you can't be sitting in a theater or sitting out, whatever, we're walking around. You can't just be bouncing up and down, or Nico, I mean, the chewing on the clothes, or the putting holes in her shirts, or all the things. So they have like a time that they're allowed to do it, but they're still doing it. I don't know. They don't listen to me.
So I also highly recommend ABA. Our daughter stims, and it's also, a lot of it is about redirection. So if she's doing it, they'll redirect her to do something else. It's calm hands, they say, and a lot of positive reinforcement. I think insurance has to cover it starting at 3. Oh, sorry. Moved to California.
California's great on that.
So I would definitely look into ABA for those behaviors.
I'm just going to throw out that I'm the opposite. We do not do ABA. We do believe in directing away. Some of the ABA doesn't vibe. So it's a matter of opinion, I think.
Yeah.
And I'll say we tried ABA. It didn't work for her. But we did find a parent coach that's helping us manage behaviors. So our approach is the hand flapping doesn't affect anybody or her learning. She needs to do it. But we had a biting phase. We had to manage that. And now, we're managing a hitting phase. So we just use our resources and just see what works.
Oh, and Kate has a question, and then we probably need to move on to apraxia. Yeah. Oh.
Kate says we're doing one more.
Okay, sorry, I'll be really quick. So when you were talking about the overeating, I thought it was interesting. Well, so I have a 2.5-year-old. She hasn't wanted to eat solid food. And so, sorry. So I was just wondering, well, so it's weird.
We,
So-
we all had that too. Don't
Yeah,
worry. The overeating only happens like 13 and on.
Yes.
You have that to
They
look
wanted
forward to.
she
Right now,
wanted
you're
a
just trying to
feeding
get her to
tube
eat.
Well, so we got her on the Kate Farms and they said if she drank 3 a day, like she wouldn't need a feeding tube. So I did. And then they told me she was gaining weight too quickly. And that was only within like 3 weeks. And so I was like, well, you said that, and so she used to eat solid foods when she was 1, and then she got mono and then stopped eating completely. And then it's now gotten, I think, like a demand avoidance thing where we've been to so much therapy that she doesn't want to do it. And then she has a twin brother. So he tries to feed her, he tries to help, but like they're both iron deficient and have been getting iron infusions. But even though we haven't had him tested, but I didn't know if there's anything like connecting how she can't absorb iron.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. They wanted to put Josie on, they wanted to feed her, the same thing. She was really skinny, I swear. She wasn't absorbing anything. All going right through her. But
Yeah.
And I was like, that's her only joy in life. Like, you can't take the feeding away. And my M&M saved our life. Like, we just bribed our entire everything, every therapy, everything. Do it, we'll give you M&M. Oh, no, she won't.
Well, the children, you know, only drink coffee. Yeah. And then they wanted me to send her like 3 months.
No.
Yeah, I know we don't walk in your shoes, but and I think even Beth brought this up yesterday about like keep finding the next doctor to like try to give you the answer you want to hear. At some point, first of all, I'm an advocate of utilizing all professionals, like send your kids to therapy, just be the mom. Like that's my opinion. And your aspect too, like sometimes it might just, Harper was skinny. She actually gained a lot of weight and now she's skinny again. I would just keep going with your gut. Until she's like so sick that she's so skinny, like just don't stress about, I don't know. Cause I'm not a doctor, but like from a nutrition standpoint, I would just don't kill yourself over it. That's all that's my biggest advice. And then the mom is asking about safety. Like all of us here have been like, there's so many more younger kids now. And I remember when Lily like wasn't walking and I remember you stressing, like I can see it in the stress in Liz's eyes because some of us that were surrounded by her, the kids are walking, like it comes and it will be there and the safety will be there. Like you're stressing, it won't be the safety as you and I know, but you'll be like, holy cow, they're here and they overcome it. So as emotional and as hard as it can be, the joy always wins in its own way. So
I feel like this was like everyone had a lot to say and a lot of questions.
Let's do a webinar.
Yeah.
I'm going to volunteer all of you to do a webinar and then like we'll just continue it virtually in like a month or something.
And we're, I always find when we do these conferences that there's an instantaneous comfort with all the parents because we're all in such a unique boat. We're in a unique boat with 1,162 other kids in the world, right? And so we are very much open books up here and here for any random weird question you have and happy to talk about all the crazy things that we go through. And so I think the takeaways are keep pushing your kid, don't give up, and find the joy and have a great sense of humor because you really need it to get through. And I want to close with a friend of mine has a special needs daughter and the daughter does not have DDX3X, but something similar. And my friend is a beautiful writer. And so she posted this for her daughter's 18th birthday on Instagram. And I think it pretty much sums up special needs parenthood. So I just wanted to read it to close.
It's going to make you cry. My beloved daughter Gabby came into this world on this day 18 years ago. I'm guessing a child's 18th birthday is often one that catches parents off guard. It seems for so long to be a distant vista that feels as though it'll never be a reality. And then, like so many other things in life that seem far away, it is at your doorstep, seemingly without warning. Gabby remade my life in every way. At first, by making me a mother and unexpectedly being in the NICU for 10 interminable days that rocked my world. And then by being her unique self with an array of special needs that caused me to rethink what matters in life, having been led to believe that it was achievement that was going to make my own life matter. Watching Gabby grow has been one of the deepest pleasures of my life. Watching her become her unique self, full of love for people and an extroversion I can only believe by watching her. A laugh that brings joy to people, a sense of humor and timing that stuns me routinely, a memory for names that humbles me, and a love of life that inspires, have been a gift to me as her mother and to so many other people as well. Knowing Gabby can change a person. I've watched her soften the hardest of hearts. I've witnessed her make strangers smile and laugh and go from stressed to grateful as Gabby asks them about the people who mean the most to them. I'm humbled and grateful to be her mother, and I'm wishing her a beautiful year ahead. Gabby, may you receive some of the amazing waterfall of love you've brought to the world back to you this year. You are so loved, and perhaps even more important than that, I think you are love. Thank you for being an example to all of us about what is possible when you live with an open and gorgeous heart. I love you, and I'm so proud of you. So there you go. Yeah.
So we are. Thank you all so much for sharing that. We are going to move on to the next session. And I'm going to share. We need to go to Zoom. Sorry, give me 1 second here. How do I get to Zoom? Use a Mac or a PC. I'm not very good at this. Oh, I don't hear. Stop share maybe. And stop share. Okay, wait. Go back to that. There we go. Participants. Okay, Ruth, if you could please go ahead and unmute your, and I might actually have to allow you to do that. So I'll let Teresa introduce you, and I'm going to go back to my computer to allow you to share.
All right, I'm here and I'm ready.
Oh, great. I will do a quick intro for Ruth. My name is Teresa Helly, and first, as a parent, wasn't it really, I just thank Liz and Beth and all the parents that were on the panel just to share their journey. Wasn't that great? So thank you all. I am a member of the Leadership Advisory Board, and I also have a daughter who's 6 with DDX3X. In addition to DDX3X, like many of you, my daughter has motor apraxia and expressive language delays, and that ultimately led for her to a diagnosis of childhood apraxia of speech. And while we all know that all of our kids, their variants express themselves uniquely, listening to all of the caregivers and the questions you've been asking today, I feel like we sit here with two kind of consistent burning questions: interest in what could gene therapy look like potentially for the DDX3X community, and also what are the evidence-based therapies that could have impact in the quality of life and for all of our kids. So for that reason, I'm so excited to be able to introduce you to Ruth Steckel. She is joining us virtually from Rochester,
Minnesota, where she has led a 30-year career at the Mayo Clinic. She's also served for over 2 decades on the Professional Advisory Council of Apraxia Kids. They're a leading organization that funds cutting-edge research and helps to develop and disseminate therapies for speech and language development. And also they're a wealth of knowledge of resources for parents and caregivers and professionals. So if you haven't checked out their website, I recommend you do. I'm looking at a fellow DDX parent that I met at their conference this summer. So I just, hopefully you had a chance to watch the video that was sent out ahead of time. If not, make sure you go back and see it. It was from a team of researchers from Australia, where they were able to link the connection between childhood apraxia speech and dysarthria with DDX3X. So again, we know all of our kids, how they manifest shows up differently, but because expressive language is such a common occurrence that's happening across our population, we thought this would be beneficial to share some of the work that's being done in this area. Thank you, Ruth, for joining us, and I'll hand it over to you.
Okay. I'll see if I can share the screen and get that to run. All right, all right, can everyone see? I'm actually having trouble seeing my PowerPoint. Let's try this. And yes.
Your PowerPoint, I think if you try to enter presentation mode.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to, and it there. So can people see it now?
Right there. That's perfect. Yes.
That's good. All right. Tell me how much time I have. I think I had 45 minutes, but since we're sort of off the timing, how long can you take it? I've been listening in, and you've had a lot going on for the last couple hours already. So should I just plan on the 45-minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me. Yeah, as Teresa said, I have a long and storied career. I started out in the school system, partly for convenience with little kids, but I was starting my career at the time when kids were being taken out of institutions and being reintegrated into schools. And so I became really interested in complex communication cases. There are some people who are excellent at the S's and R's and L's, but I kind of wanted something different. And so I used Mayo Clinic as my Google, because at that time we couldn't look it up on the internet. And then when Mayo was expanding their children's program, they invited me to work with them. And because it was such a challenging environment, I decided to go back to school to get a doctorate, which was interesting, with my kids' age being in classes with me, but they were very helpful and kind. And as a result, over the last probably 25, 26 years, I've been an instructor at the Mayo Medical School. I'd had clinical practice and engaged in research. But more recently, I've retired from clinical practice, and I continue to do research and teaching. So I have a hard time getting away from the profession, totally, but I'm taking some steps back. So what I wanted to talk to you about today, and I think it was actually quite helpful to be able to hear some of what's been going on earlier in terms of parent concerns and the talk on genetics. As a speech language pathologist, I think we don't want to lose sight that our most important task is developing communication in any mode. So when I used to have residents send me a child who wasn't speaking yet, and they'd say, why did they need to see speech pathology? And I could explain to them that behaviors are communication, gestures are communication. We can help to foster increased communication if we know there's a problem by providing support to the child and to the family. But the overall impact should be improved communication. The connection, which we can't just ignore, is first sounds and syllables become first words. And first words start to need to differentiation so we can get more words. So we need more sounds and syllables. And then as we get more sounds and syllables, we get more words. And then that process continues iteratively. So even when I'm talking about speech therapy, I'm talking about speech therapy with language in mind. And I think, again, listening to what you all have been saying, you know, understanding that the child may understand more than they can say will help us to think about the fact that we want to foster language and communication as much as we want to foster speech, and think about where our priorities are at any given time with a child. So this is a model that's been taking place in the medical community and is spreading widely to other across professions. That when I first went to graduate school, I learned about body function and structure. So is their tongue looking normal? Do they have teeth that look normal? Do they move normally? And so can they articulate sounds normally? And we'd focus on saying words. And at the time, parents were more concerned, and still are, about, but will my child be able to go to school, to talk to peers, to order their own food at a restaurant? And so the parents tended to be more focused on activities and participation. And now, as this model has come into play, we realize that we need both of those things to be happening. That while I'm working on structure and function, I'm thinking about how I can help that child engage in the community, and helping caregivers understand that being more easily understood is going to help the child participate. And then we also have to keep track of environmental factors. People in rural areas may have less access to the appropriate services or to technology, and personal factors. So we know with DDX3X, I have not personally worked with this, but I spoke recently with a geneticist that I used to work with, and thinking about the things that go along with a diagnosis like this that may impact how the child is able to respond in therapy and how we need to adapt our therapy. So a simplified way of looking at it is just, where's the breakdown in the child's ability to communicate? Is it in their physical structure, or is it in the way they can use their structures? And how do those things affect communication across things like at home, at school, in the community? And then again, what co-occurring issues do we need to consider, because we're talking about a known genetic condition that we're going to have to adapt to. I'm going to talk really fast, so, you know, write down your questions or throw them in the chat box, because I don't want to lose track of those. As you've heard from other people, you can have a child who ranges from mild to one who is severe in terms of how their condition is expressed. And that's true both for the DDX3X issues and for their speech and language issues. So with DDX3X, you may have developmental concerns that include the intellectual disability, seizures, autism, low tone, etc. And then as we look at speech and language, is there a significant delay in language? Is it understanding or expressing, or both? Delayed speech development, is it more phonological, more language-based, or is it a motor speech impairment, or both? Which, if you have a motor and speech impairment, you probably have both a phonologic and a motor speech impairment. So we're looking at how are we going to look at this particular child in how issues in each of these boxes are expressed in that child in that range from mild to severe. And so our intervention is based on this unique child, which in the terms of looking at children with genetic conditions is even more important than children who seem to be typically developing and present with speech or language problems. So in the video that you saw from Australia, they talked about the number of children in their study that were minimally verbal. And I've heard some of that today also, that children who are not speaking. So this is a tutorial that's getting kind of old, but the things they advocate are still as powerful and meaningful, and have been proven in subsequent studies. That number one thing is to provide access to using behaviors, gestures, speech generating devices, whatever you can, and maybe multiples of those things to help the child communicate, because in improving their communication, you may help them understand the power of communication and give them more incentive to try the more difficult task of producing speech verbally. Minimizing pressure to speak instead of saying, say this, say this, say this. That's my job as a speech therapist, but at home, a parent's job is to provide a warm environment where their child can take risks. So I can give guidance to the parents about what to do, or the caregivers, and I don't want them to be mini therapists. Imitating the child can be fun if you wait for them to do something and then you imitate them. If you try this for just 5 minutes someday, they will either be like wowed and think that's the coolest thing, or they'll get really annoyed with you. But it's something to try. And then, exaggerated intonation is that motherese, being multisensory. And importantly for kids, again, with this particular condition, avoid working on chewing in the hopes that it's going to work to help the child speak, because that's not going to work. The brain is activated differently for eating and for speaking by about 9 months of age. So we need to not worry about exercises so much as working on what we want to do in the context. Oops. So touching on assessment, I so often hear that, I will not test that child until age 3 because that's the age, or age 7 because that's when they'll be ready to do our testing. There is no magic age. The youngest child I diagnosed was 27 months old, and there was no question that it was truly apraxia. We don't need to wait for specific fine or gross motor skills. What we need to see is a child who's willing to try to imitate on request and understand where they are in terms of developmental skills, so that we have expectations in line with where they're at. That doesn't mean we're going to plan on keeping them there, but then we know if we take them just a slight step further in what we're trying to assess, we can see what their potential is without frustrating them too much. So we need to know where they're at and then see if we can advance it from there. Understanding the whole child, again, looking back to that World Health Organization framework, the whole child matters. And so assessing a child thoughtfully is how we get ready to do appropriate intervention. As we're assessing for apraxia, we're looking for certain characteristics. And in 2017, Edie Strand, who is like the mother of apraxia, and I had the privilege of working with her for 10 years, and I'm amazed she continues to contribute to our field. She identified these features as leading to a likely diagnosis of apraxia. Jenya Iazini-Siegel and Liz Murray wrote a similar paper in that same year, and they basically say the same thing with just different words. And Iazini-Siegel and Murray broke it down into slightly smaller parts that actually reflect what Dr. Strand had initially proposed. So we see vowel distortions. That's one of the things that I go for immediately when I'm starting to evaluate a child. Groping can happen for a child who is just photological as well as apraxia. But if you see a lot of trial and error, that's something to make note of. Inconsistent voicing errors, difficulty moving from one articulatory configuration to another. And I'll show you an example of that later on. And prosodic errors, just saying so the child sounds flat or mechanical or choppy. Those are the things that tip you off to think about apraxia as the likely diagnosis. Now, the other thing we want to think about in children with DDX3X is that there can be a dysarthria, which is a motor weakness related motor speech disorder. And these two disorders can happen at the same time. And so it can be really tricky to work it out. But when we're looking at apraxia, we're thinking no weakness. So it's if the child is showing weakness, we think back to dysarthria rather than apraxia. Inconsistent errors is a little bit misleading because once the child's been in therapy, they may have a few things they could do consistently. But for the most part, when they're doing new targets, we might see them produce them 2 or 3 different ways every time you ask them to say it. Where with dysarthria, it tends to be messy and off target, but it's generally kind of consistent and just messy. So we've got these features, and I don't have good examples and it would take much too long to show you, but I can tell you that I worked with Jenya Iazini-Siegel and Kristen Allison as colleagues, and we put together a tutorial that looks at the features of apraxia and dysarthria that differentiate them, as well as the characteristics that overlap. And so speech pathologists who are trying to sort out this complexity of motor speech disorder can use our tutorial as a way to guide their clinical thinking and identify what the most important features are that are reducing the child's intelligibility. So at the risk of sounding sort of arrogant, I'm going to put that out there as a very useful tool, and it's actually being updated as part of a large study that's being conducted right now. So when we talk about intervention, I'm not going to go into any interventions for general articulation or phonological impairment. That's what we learn to do the best in graduate school, and there are a number of approaches, and they're well studied. There is a growing body of research for motor speech disorders that's been mainly in the area of apraxia, because Apraxia Kids, when it was founded, wanted to develop awareness of resources and fund research to identify appropriate and efficacious ways of doing therapy. And what consistently is a foundation of any motor speech intervention are the principles of motor learning. And we'll talk about those again in a second too. But here again, we need to know that a child with a motor speech disorder will likely have some phonological errors as well. So it's not just straightforward. When you think about a child who says tar for car and dog for no, and dig for gig, that they're substituting a pattern of sounds. That is a pattern that can be phonological, but because it also requires movement transitions, that phonologic disorder has an element of motor control in it. And when we're talking about the inconsistent or inaccurate productions in apraxia and dysarthria, those are things we need to help build the phonological knowledge as well as building their motor movements. So these things are hard to tease apart. It's not surprising that it's hard to find people who are really good at doing this. Oh, goodness. My mouse is jumping around. I apologize. Let's try this. Motor-based intervention for speech is really a huge jump. And when I've done trainings and taught at the graduate schools and tried to do workshops to help people understand this, it's not about the sounds, it's about the movements. We need to have our movements occur at the right time, in the right direction, with the right force, so we get to the right place at the right time to make it intelligible. And so my target list might be me, by, hi, and no, because I'm working on sounds that's closed to open with the vowel and moving our tongue to different places to start and then go to the vowel. And we're talking about movement rather than, I'm not going to say every B word that I can think of to get them to be good at B, because that's inefficient when you're talking about a motor impairment. And hopefully we can talk about that a little more in the questions. The principles of motor learning are what tell us how often to practice. We think that more frequent sessions are better than less frequent sessions, at least in the beginning, to establish motor learning. And right now, the suggestion is no less than 2 and up to 5 or more sessions per week. This large study that's being done right now is looking at whether 2 sessions a week versus 4 sessions a week makes a big enough difference to advocate and say we have the research now. We need to think about how many repetitions of a target to produce in a session. And we're talking like 100. So not every child at the beginning of therapy is ready to produce all those repetitions, but we're going to work towards that because repeating it over and over gives them automaticity. So it's like when you're learning to tie your shoe, you don't learn to tie your shoe by make this or grab the laces and hold them a while. Now make a loop and hold them a while. You like grab the laces, you make the loops, you fold them. And if you tie them together correctly, you do it a bunch of times. And at some point you don't even think about how you're tying your shoes because you've got that motor learning instantiated. You've done it enough times that it's automatic. And that's really what we're trying to do with repetitions in a practice session. The principles also look at how much help you need. Do you need to do it slowly and together with me to be accurate? Or are we going to say, I'll say it, you say it, and I'm going to say it with emotion. Me, 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 mom. So you're varying the prosody maybe too. And that's how you're doing the repetitions will help to make it more automatic. And then how you organize the practice. So do you do a lot of repetitions in a chunk and then spread them out over time? So one of my things in therapy has always been getting out of therapy is rewarding for most kids, right? So we'll say done or go home or something at the end of a session. And so we practice that word done, 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 done lots of times in a session. As they get good at it, then I let them, if they say done, and we've got 5 or 10 minutes left of the session, I'll say, oh, you win, you said it, you get to go early. And that kid feels a lot of power. And we make it up to them in other ways, of course. But then the next time they come to a session, the first thing they say maybe is done. And we say, oh, well, we can be done with this one activity, but we're going to do a few more before you can go. You know, I hear you, but we got to do things a little bit more structured than what you want. But it's organizing your practice. So initially there were lots of repetitions. And then as time came, we said done just at the end of a session and helped to generalize it and then maybe take it home to use that. And we want motor learning, not just performance. So if I can get that child to say done, done, done in speech therapy, that doesn't mean that when they're out playing with their friends and they want to be done with the game, they can say done. We need to consciously make that effort to transition from therapy to outside of therapy so that we have motor learning and it becomes a part of them and what they can do. And this is an older slide, so I had little boys that, you know, they're playing t-ball, and practicing to swing your bat is much different than swinging it in the game and needing to run right away while people are yelling at you. So that's motor learning, is being able to take what you've learned in your practice and do it somewhere else with other people or in a more complex way. When weakness is part of the picture, which again points us towards dysarthria, should we do strengthening exercises? And the short answer is no. We don't need much strength for speaking. In the case of weak articulators, what we're trying to teach is compensatory movement, using more effort, more breath support, so that you can be understood more easily. But that's not really strength. That's just making it automatic that when I want to be understood, I try a little harder to move my mouth. When, you know, again, all these listed reasons are why we shouldn't bother working on pulling buttons with our lips or touching our tongue to the top of our mouth over and over and over again without having some association with a speech movement that you want to do. Because when we want to train speech, we work in the context of speech. And sometimes we break it down a little bit, but then we move it forward as quickly as we can. And we think about it as building an understanding of movement and not building strength. If you have dysarthria, your weakness is going to be a part of you regardless. So decision-making, if there's no intelligible speech, again, comprehensive augmentative communication, and try to improve those underlying functions. So think about breath support and loudness and focusing on key functional words and syllables that the child may be able to produce. So a child who is mostly using a speech generating device, if we can get him to say, hey, or ha, so that they can gain attention to get someone to watch while they activate their device, that's where we're maybe going to have to start. And we know that using augmentative communication, I think you saw in the video from the Australians that that's recommended. There is no suggestion in the literature that it'll slow down speech, and suggestions in some studies that it will actually facilitate becoming more verbal if you introduce augmentative communication. So we move on to the child who's got some words and some sounds. And so we work on identifying what's the most important aspect here that we can work on to improve intelligibility using a motor speech approach. We're going to continue to use augmentative communication, and we might teach some compensatory strategies like point to the thing you're trying to talk about, or try to act it out, or if they can spell, you know, start to spell and see if people can pick up on it. So we're trying to give them multiple modes to get in a conversation and stay in a conversation and be heard and understood. As we get to moderately reduced intelligibility, again, we're thinking about what functions do we need to maximize and using a motor speech approach to become more intelligible. We might be pulling back on augmentative communication, but there might be times when it's helpful to have around to supplement their speech. And again, those compensatory strategies such as spelling and pointing. And then I've worked with Dr. Angela Morgan, who is with that Murdoch Association in Australia. And we talked a lot about this, that when children aren't talking, there's so much focus on getting them to say words and not always thinking about communication, or not always thinking about the next step, the risks they have for additional issues like literacy or school academic problems. So when we get to the place of mild reduced intelligibility or high intelligibility, our job might not be done. We want to make sure that we're working on naturalness so that child doesn't stick out and sound odd to their peers. Strategies, because as we get into upper grades, sometimes that's, hypotenuse or ancient civilizations. Those are words that can trip up somebody who's really had good sounding speech to this point. But when you introduce longer and more complex utterances, they start to break down, and that can be frustrating for all concerned. So what strategies can we address? And we're going to be very conscious. It depends what your local policies are, whether a speech pathologist is part of the reading team or not, and to what extent that speech person is engaged in the academics. But when I worked both in the schools and at the clinic, I would frequently ask teachers or ask parents to ask the teachers, what reading book are they using? Can we go through this and use it? So the child sees the value too of, we're getting more intelligible and we're using it where I can bring it back to school and use it there. So the evidence we have for interventions for childhood apraxia include DTTC, which according to some of the questions that were submitted earlier, people are becoming more familiar with, that was developed by Edie Strand, and that we did a couple of studies at Mayo. And there currently is a very large multi-center study being undertaken that I'm helping with the data collection. So there's, it was developed for younger and more severe children, but we're finding in this big study that even for children who are a little more verbal, this can be a nice approach because it's so systematic. Rapid syllable transition is developed for older children who are more verbal, and basically its focus is more on prosody, on getting the melody and the stress marking done better. It's a very highly prescribed protocol, and it can be done in addition to DTTC or even at the same time. And that integrated phonological awareness was developed by Dr. Gillian in New Zealand, understanding the risk for children with speech sound disorders to have literacy problems. This is used with children who are a little bit more verbal. And again, it's something I sort of used as a guide for helping me choose targets, maybe as I was using some other form of therapy, some other approach. Additional approaches that are out there, Jonathan Preston is doing biofeedback, which is really working on residual sound problems. The Kaufman is familiar to many because it's been around a while and it's marketed well through workshops. And there is a recent study that showed that for the small group of children they tried it with, there was some benefit. So these, and PROMPT is probably the other one that a lot of people have heard of, that actually has had very little research specific to children with apraxia or children with dysarthria, more generalized motor speech disorders, but they too are kind of upping their research game. So I guess I would say to you as parents, don't be afraid to advocate and ask, which of these approaches do you know? Or what are you pulling from? I wouldn't say I'd like to see someone follow approach from page 1 to page 3 or whatever to be a technician, but what are you pulling from this approach that makes sense for my child and their needs? And to know at least some of these approaches is particularly helpful so that they have a toolbox from which to pull. So here's, there was a question asking for examples of DTTC. So the first little guy, he's working on a target with needing to watch me, but I'm trying to give him just enough cueing to make him be accurate and then pulling back so that he has to say it himself. So let's see how well this works.
Okay, let's do 1, 2. Yep, go. Good job. 1, 2. Good job. 3 of them. Ready? Woo! Go ahead and cough. Then ready? 1, 2. Good job. 2 more. Good job. 1 more. 1. Nice job. There you go. You went that far.
So this little guy was just barely 3 years old, and I think being involved in the study of DTTC, seeing how clinicians are learning finally to expect a little more out of a child, to know to push. You don't want to push till they're crying and frustrated and running away, but it's amazing how many repetitions you can get when you start to build that foundation of therapy type behaviors and use things that they're interested in.
Let's do
Whoops.
one, two.
Whoops. This is him a little bit later when we're expanding to more 2-syllable sequences.
I want that. Okay, how about we can say iPad? You kind of said apa, but you can say iPad. I get the I. Pad. You're trying. Do it with me. iPad. Wow. Let's do 5, not 10. We'll do 5. 3? Okay, we'll negotiate. 3. Okay. iPad. Okay. iPad. Whoops, that was a. I. Get the E in there. iPad. All right. I. Get the I. iPad. You know what I like is you're saying I.
So again, you can see a pretty young child now. There were days that he came and would not do anything, no matter what you asked him to do. So I can't say that I was a perfect clinician and had this kind of success every single time. But you can see the thing of DTTC is providing that one-to-one, watch me say it slowly with me to get accuracy, and then moving by pulling back on your cues and trying to up your number of repetitions. This other little guy had been in speech therapy with me since age of 3, and he is now almost 8. And his biggest problem was prosody.
Say, stop it, Sarah. Stop it, Sarah. Ooh, how about that? Stop it. Is that the way I want to hear it? No. No. What are we going to say? Stop, Sarah. Almost. Stop it. Do we break it apart though? No. No. So let's get it all together. Stop it. Stop it. Better. Say top. Top. Stop. Top. Stop. Excellent. Okay, now we're going to do 5 of those. Go stop. Stop. Good. Stop. Good. Whoops. Stop. 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 Okay, give me 5. You did it. Okay, now we're going to say stop it, Sarah. Stop. Stop it, Sarah. Okay, now don't get too big on the P. Don't make it go too hard. Don't go stop. Just stop it, Sarah. Okay. Good. Try. Stop it. Whoops. Stop. Stop it. I'm hearing a break though. Stop it. Sarah. Yeah, but we don't want too much P, and we want that stop together. Stop it. Sarah. But I'm hearing the big P, and let's go back to stop. Do that. Stop. Stop. Good. Again. Stop. 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 Okay, and that's a nice quiet P at the end. You went stop, stop. So now we're going to just put the stop it. Say stop it. Stop it. There you go. Do it again. Stop it. Perfect. Stop it. Yes. Stop it. Perfect. Stop it. Perfect. That was wonderful. All right, now we're going to put the Sarah on there. Stop it, Sarah. Stop it, Sarah. Whoops. Do stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, then stop it, Sarah. Sarah. Stop it, Sarah. Sarah. That was a good one. Do it again.
So you can see the dynamic aspect is that you're pulling back on cues or giving more cues, trying to get to accuracy and letting him be responsible for the accuracy.
One. Stop it, Sarah.
I've got all these guys going. I better move on. There are examples of rest therapy at this URL. If you look up Sydney and REST, you will find a wonderful wealth of resources and some videos that might be interesting to you. The premise of REST is that they take away the linguistic, the meaning, and so they work on bidiba, bifoba. So they're putting stress on different syllables, and the child has to learn on these nonsense words how to address stress. So we want to touch on, there are new treatments that are becoming more widely known for childhood dysarthria. And since some of these kids that we're talking about in your conference are going to have some dysarthric aspects, it might be helpful for your clinician to know something about these approaches. The subsystems approach by Lindsay Pennington, who's from the UK. She just focuses on starting with, can you control your breath support and make a sound loudly enough so people can understand it? And then working through the articulation, prosody, and resonance aspects. So the subsystems, as I noted in the earlier listing of levels of intelligibility, these are the subsystems I'm talking about. Speech intelligibility and Lee Silverman voice treatment are very similar in that they help the child to focus on being loud, using a big mouth, exaggerated movements, and sufficient breath support so that they can be loud. And again, building that automaticity for being louder and more clear. So to really try to tie this together kind of quickly, when we're talking about targets for something, even with rest, they might say that 3-syllable word, but then they'll put it in a sentence that says, I need a bitey-do, so that they're increasing the child's sound repertoire, their language understanding. And so for speech, we're trying to try new sounds in shapes we can do. We're trying to add 2 syllables and make them longer and more complex. And think about I want one being as important to say as umbrella, because I want one might get you more. Improving prosody. Thinking about our language needs. So when I choose targets, I don't choose only nouns or only verbs. I choose a variety of nouns and verbs and concepts. And I think about the length. If the child can produce one kind of syllable, can I get him to produce 2, put them together? And I'm always thinking about even those initial targets. Do we have something they can use for greeting, for requesting or getting attention, or for refusing in an acceptable way, or commenting? So thinking about the function of those targets that I'm teaching, which makes them more linguistically based, even though we're addressing them in a motor-based practice. So as treatment progresses, you're going to think about whether you need to expand the augmentative communication to make it more complex. You might see that there are more phonological patterns that need to be the priority versus the motor planning or motor weakness is improving to an extent that you need those sound patterns to be fixed. Supporting grammar and syntax, identifying and addressing the additional academic needs, while you're also, again, I loved what I heard a parent say that, my child needs to spend time in the regular classroom, even if they're not keeping up exactly with the academics, because you want to keep in mind where they're at, but you want to challenge them and give them experiences that allow them to participate more fully in the wider world. So how does the diagnosis of DDX3X influence? It's just that the basics of motor speech therapy that we just talked about apply. It's just applying them with an understanding of what the characteristics are, the phenotype of the children with this genetic condition. I would be remiss if I didn't include that I have always had a strong interest in including caregivers and parents, teaching them moments to, if we're working on hi or hi mom, I'll suggest to mom, when you come in the room, see if they can say it, hi child, and they have to say hi mom, and they can give a cue, but in 30 seconds they've had a practice item and it's gone. And that's providing some generalization practice. I provide them with direction for typical activities like joint book reading or singing along with songs that you don't correct their errors. You just make it a pleasurable activity and help them learn to take risks and join in and be a part of this activity in a happy, supportive way, so that they feel valued and they are willing to take risks to communicate with you more verbally or in other ways. Someone asked about materials you use to encourage expressive communication and speech. And what I always say is what interests your child. If they like cars, if they like trains, if they like balloons, if they like bubbles, you can find ways or ask your speech person for suggestions to make it ways that you can model new words or targets that you want to practice without pressure on the child and hold their interest. So it's really all in how you use those materials. And you can be very creative in eliciting things from children if it's in an activity that they're enjoying. And then if they decide they don't enjoy that activity anymore, you look for the next thing that will interest them. So, quick summary here. You want to improve communication skills in any mode so that that child can communicate effectively. Develop goals that are tailored to a child based on the expression of their genetic condition and their speech and language strengths and weaknesses, including caregivers, using relevant research to guide the choice of intervention and principles of motor learning if there's a speech impairment. And the progress in therapy may mean that you change from DTTC to REST or to prompt or to some other mode as the child makes progress and needs something different. I'll share these with you really briefly because there were questions about these that, what is the best reading program for children with apraxia? There isn't one. The science of reading talks about tailoring it to the needs of individual students. The 5 key concepts that are identified by the National Reading Panel are vocabulary, phonemic awareness, phonics, comprehension, and fluency, which is the bugaboo for kids with motor speech. If you're looking at fluency, you want to see how fast they can read silently, or you use that child as a control. They started at this level of fluency and now they've improved to this level. You don't compare them to their typical peers because that's going to be difficult if the peers don't have a motor speech impairment to slow them down. So advocating for your child, thinking about a really good comprehensive assessment to decide what needs to be done. These kids with speech and language delays, all of them are at high risk for reading difficulty. So being proactive and saying, I want you to look into this with my 4-year-old or 5-year-old. Right now I want to start thinking about phonologic awareness and those kinds of aspects. And thinking about a multisensory approach, which there are a vast array of reading curricula based on Orton Gillingham. So just as multisensory, it's worth asking the question, is that the kind of approach you're using? There are some parent-friendly articles here. I can make the slides available to you. So if you could have these, but the one is improvingliteracy.org and readingrockets.org. If you haven't been there, they have a lot of nice parent-friendly articles. There was a question about oral myofunctional disorders, which would, I spelled it wrong, which would take another 45 minutes to discuss. There is a practice portal at the ASHA webpage that you can look at. Currently, the evidence we have is a low level of evidence, so it's not a well-established treatment option yet. And the same for reflex integration. There's some research to suggest that children with impaired language development may have slower neuromotor development. We don't know yet for sure if trying to push that neuromotor development and inhibit primitive reflexes is going to speed their rate of development in other areas. That's a question that's out for further research. So the best advice I can give is be a cautious consumer. Ask your provider to describe a measurable goal. It's not we're just going to do this over and over and hope it helps. How is this going to help? And how do we know that we've accomplished something by doing this treatment? And then don't be afraid to maintain concurrent work with some of the established therapies because those will help. I've seen kids being told to go to just oral myofunctional therapy to get them ready to speak and not working on speaking. And that's, I would call that malpractice. So if you've heard that, I would go away from that provider and look for someone who's willing to work with other established interventions. So I've spoken really quickly and tried to allow about 8 or 9 minutes for questions. What can I answer for you that I didn't answer?
Okay, I'm coming.
I think you can use the chat box, or is there a way?
We have a question, Ruth. 1 second.
Okay.
Hello. My daughter is 3 and we just started speech therapy a little over a year ago. And no one has brought up apraxia to me. And I found out about apraxia about 3 weeks ago on my own, I think through the Facebook group. And so I started looking into it and I asked my daughter's speech therapist if she felt that Sandy had apraxia, and she goes, oh, I thought about it, but I'm not really sure. So needless to say, my confidence really isn't there. Like, I'm not sure if she is comfortable with making that evaluation, that assessment. And I live in a small town. There are only 2 options for speech therapists on the private side, other than the school district. So I can't push too hard, or else we're going to find ourselves without a speech therapist. And I think a speech therapist is better than no speech therapist. So is there a site that I could go to that has a list of therapists that specialize in apraxia that I could go to get my daughter evaluated to see if that's something that actually is going on with her, that I could have more confidence in? And like, I don't even know what the evaluation would look like for apraxia.
Well, it depends on the child, what the evaluation would look like. I would go Apraxia Kids. If you go to their main homepage, they have an SLP directory that are clinicians who had to pass a very simple test to demonstrate some level of competence and understanding of apraxia. And it's listed by state. So you might be able to find someone in your area. I can't vouch that they would all be experts, but they ought to have more than the average clinician in knowing about apraxia. There are places where you can go for a more intensive evaluation that encompasses multiple aspects of the child's development that I think Cincinnati Children's does, Mayo Clinic does, Temple University has an apraxia clinic. So looking into one of those, what I found working at Mayo was that we would get families come from other places, and we would do the evaluation and then provide some support in the terms of recommendations and sometimes ongoing conversations with the local people if they felt like they needed support to provide appropriate treatment. The good thing about having internet access now is that we can provide more distance education to people than we used to be able to.
Thank you, Ruth. Any other questions? Oh, sorry. Okay, we do have another one, Ruth.
Okay.
Just a quick question about, I know in my experience, I kept being told that Zoe didn't fit squarely within an apraxia diagnosis. So I don't know, I guess she wasn't ticking all the boxes. I just encouraged the people who were working with her to use the techniques, even if she didn't fit squarely within the boxes. But I don't know if you have any recommendations or explanations sort of for what the boxes are that have to be checked, and if it has any bearing on the DDX3X girls specifically.
We don't know anything specific to DDX3X at this time. I think treating as if apraxia, the good thing is that if you treat as if apraxia, you're going to see progress. If you treat as phonological because you're not sure it's apraxia, you'll see less progress. So there's no harm in doing the more intensive or the more motor-based approach. And so I would advocate for that, but you want to be sure that they understand what that is. There too, on the Apraxia Kids homepage at the bottom, there's a section for downloads. And there is a PDF that's questions that they can ask their speech pathologist to determine if they're knowledgeable. I think there's also at childapraxiatreatment.org that you can see on the slide here that there's also a good questions parents can ask. There's a good parent section on that website as well. That I think the biggest thing is advocate. I've heard this from the earlier sessions. Advocate for your child. Don't be afraid to be a part of the process. The little guy that was working on iPad, his parents would come in every week and say, okay, what's the next step? Or are you going to do this? And so we had a really great working relationship where I could, pick targets that would be meaningful for this child. And the parents felt invested and that they were actually helping to move therapy along. So if the SLP is a little bit afraid of you asking questions, that's a kind of a red flag that you need to sit down and say, are you okay with me being a part of this process? Because I think I need to be.
I have a question related to, you mentioned earlier trying to see if you could get a speech pathologist to be a part of the literacy team. I was just curious if you might have some good examples of different states or in Minnesota where you've been able to see that happen. Just so we could think about that as a model at our, various school systems as we're working on IEPs and putting together the teams to support our kids.
Oh, I wish there was. There's such variation within Minnesota and external to Minnesota. There are some SLPs who are very highly interested and they get some extra training. There are places where the speech pathologist is pretty much locked out of the meeting if they're having talks about dyslexia. So there isn't any one place I can suggest as being a good model. Unfortunately, I think educating yourself as a parent and saying, how is my speech therapy addressing some of these pre-literacy needs that, again, the articles at Reading Rockets are pretty helpful. And for a parent to go in and ask questions and not be afraid to say, who's doing this? And how are you coordinating with each other? Is probably the most useful way to go about it. If anybody's been somewhere where you've had a great model, share it.
Okay, Ruth, thank you so much. We're going to have to move on to the next session now, but we really, really appreciate your time.
Well, thanks for having me and good luck, everybody. Bye for now.
Should I introduce you? Or you want to introduce yourself? Okay. Why are they doing this? Hold on. Oh, wait, it's in Google Docs. Hang on, let's see what we can do with it. Yeah, do you want me to try to? Oh, it's did you send it in PDF? Hang on, let me go to my email really quick. Maybe if I can find it. And there's my email, right? That's okay. Okay, sorry, give us just 1 second, please. Thinking. Or- Shoot, I didn't even make this bigger. Should be a Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay. Give us just a minute and we will get started. Okay, okay, yeah, no, that's totally fine. Maybe I can share with you. No. Oh, you just want to use this? Okay, all right, perfect. I'm gonna share this. And yeah, I'm gonna let you expand it because I'm not good with this either. Oh. Yeah, right? Yeah. Oh, no, it's not good. Not good. I just go back to the PDF. Just do that. Oh, that's better. Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, sorry about that. This should work for its purposes. I'm Brianne Rader. I've been able to connect with a lot of you, so you know that I'm a parent of a child with DDX3X. My daughter is 10, about to be 11 in just a few days. She got the diagnosis in 2017. So first and foremost, I'm really honored to be talking today. Oh, thank you. Can you hear me now? Every year that we come to this, I leave feeling connected, energized, curious, and seeing the children together is one of my favorite parts of it. And I think somebody last night said to me, I forgot how good this feels. And I couldn't agree more. So I know that our brains are probably all at capacity. So I'll try to make up for some of the time and just hit on some of the top little nuggets that I think that might help you as you're planning for your child's education. In addition to being a parent, I am also an educational advocate, and I am also an adjunct professor and teach courses in child and adolescent development and advocacy. So that's kind of my background that brought me here today. So what I'm going to be focusing on is how can we harness our children's rare conditions, complex conditions to create meaningful educational experiences. We're going to start talking about eligibility. So those of you who have been in the educational system, you know that this is kind of that initial piece to getting services for your child. They need to go through the evaluation process and become eligible for special education services. This can be a complex process for children with rare diseases, especially DDX3X. Because if you look here, I apologize, I didn't have it in the right format, so it's a little small, but in the United States, there are 13 categories that your child can be eligible under. And none of them say DDX3X, none of them say rare disability. So that can make it trickier to figure out, where does my child fit? The second piece of that is, does it matter? When my daughter was younger, I used to think it really didn't matter as much, because what many of you might have found is when they're young, there's a category that is developmental disability, developmental delay, and it's kind of like a catch-all. And that's what my daughter was qualified under for quite some time. And I didn't really see how it would matter if she qualified for something different. What I want to point out, though, and what I've learned over the years is this is why it matters. When a child with dyslexia is identified with a specific learning disorder, they're qualified under that category. And what happens is there are protocols in place. Beth earlier talked about the Wilson reading system. When you're identified with that learning disability, you are afforded an evidence-based intervention to address that problem. There are protocols in place for, thank you. Yep, perfect.
there are protocols in place. So depending on the severity of that disability, that's going to dictate the frequency and the intensity of the intervention. You're going to get screened to see where specific deficits are at, and your goals are going to be directly tied to that. When I get a client who all they have is dyslexia, specific learning disorder, I am kind of secretly overjoyed because I know the blueprint for what they need. It's still going to be unique and individualized, but the path is there. And that's not the case for DDX. Another reason why it matters, this is another example, is in Illinois, for example, we have something called the Autism Considerations page. We are currently the only state that has this, but I do think that more states will be coming on board with this. And it is basically a safeguard for children who are identified with autism, either medically or educationally. And it outlines the student's needs and supports in all the areas related to that autism diagnosis. The reason why I find it to be very helpful is in those IEP forms, which looks different state by state, looks different district by district, there isn't a really good spot to dig into those specific supports and needs. And something of interest is that in Illinois, on the formal state paperwork, Rett syndrome is identified as an autism-linked disorder. So it automatically gets that autism considerations page. My daughter does not have an autism diagnosis, but I brought in paperwork that showed that it is linked with autism, and she has that autism considerations page in her IEP. So we know that the eligibility category does drive services. So if you are eligible under speech and language impairment, you're not going to get services for motor development. So one thing I want to leave you with today is that in the paperwork, a lot of times there's only room for one or two categories, but this does not mean that you have to stop there. Your child should be found eligible in every category that they qualify for. So for example, my daughter currently is eligible under intellectual impairment, speech and language disorder, and other health impairment. So don't let it's kind of going to be a reoccurring theme. IEPs are a lot of boxes where you check or you fill in, and our children don't fit into those boxes. And rather than trying to get them to, you need to create those spaces. The notes section of the IEP, make sure that you're, and the next slide, it'll lead into it, but make sure that you are having your voice heard, because I think this is going to be the second most important thing in this presentation. And Shelley talked about this earlier, but when you get to that table to talk about your child's education, you're sitting with a bunch of experts. This list up here is not exhaustive. It can be intimidating. I do this for a living, and I can tell you that sitting at a table for a client, I am way different than sitting at the table as a parent. I feel like I shrink down a little bit, but you are the expert on your child. More than likely, like you mentioned, you know more about DDX3X than anybody else there. And in fact, you're probably the one introducing them to what that is. And I think that can be tricky and daunting, but it also can be helpful for us to get our children what they need, because we're the ones who are paving that way. We're charting that path forward for what it looks like for a child with DDX3X. One example I want to tell you about what this might look like and how you can do this without being adversarial or coming across as questioning another person's judgment at the table. The very first conference that I came to was in Philadelphia. And I left there with a lot of knowledge. And one thing that really struck me was there was information on the fine motor skills. There was a little bit of longitudinal data about fine motor skills and how even with therapy, even with a lot of intervention, they weren't getting better. I took that back to the team and I said, hold up, I do not want to spend any more time on her writing. We need to make this functional for her. The OT, who have a great relationship with, really pushed back on that. And we kind of still laugh about it today. And how I said it, I said, I appreciate your input on this. And I actually would be concerned if you weren't pushing for this, because that's your job. However, I know Hadley. I know the research on her rare disease. And I want this to be as meaningful as possible for her. So if you need to write in here that I am, you are proposing this and I'm denying it, I'm okay with that. So there's ways to do it. There's ways to bring up that conversation without feeling like you are working against them, more as we're all bringing our expertise, focusing it back on that individual child while we make their plan. Yeah. So we are doing OT, but we are heavily focusing on computers. So typing, and we actually just had her IEP meeting last week, and I am pushing a little bit more for, she's still working on typing, but the OT brought up, oh, this is really going to help her write an essay when she gets to junior high. My daughter's not going to be writing an essay. And so I said, I'm okay with, I'd love for her to be able to type her name. We're working on some more safety awareness things like typing phone number, things like that. But I'm really pushing now for speech to text, working on her being able to navigate that herself and articulating it well enough for speech to text. Another example is PT. So my daughter is in a public school. She's had the same physical therapist in school since she was 3, and they butt heads. It is one of the most difficult things for her, and Hadley still needs it. But this last meeting, I said, I think it's time that we stop it, not because she doesn't need it, but I'm getting reports that she is frustrated. It becomes a power struggle every time. So we're dropping it right now. And that's something I'm going to talk about a little bit later too, but there are some ideals out there. If your child has this deficit, this is what we're going to do. If, this equals this, it doesn't have to be that way. You have input on what your goals are for your child and what you want their education to look like. And you are the most important person on the team. So it's really important to remember that, especially for our children who have complex disabilities, potentially many symptoms going on at the same time. So the next piece I want to talk about is present levels. And I think this is arguably the most important piece of the IEP, especially for our children. So I'm going to get into the why, but first I want to tell you that present levels should be updated at least every single time you meet. And of course, you should be getting goal updates regularly. Usually they do it at quarterly or at trimester. The other piece I want you to know is that when you are at your IEP meeting, the present level update should not just come from the staff members. It should also come from you. This is really important because our children might act differently in different settings or present differently. So giving that full view of them is super important. Good question. So present levels is just, so typically how it would start is When you get that initial evaluation, that drives the present levels. But then that's updated every time you meet. So it should look at each domain that is impacted. There should be an update on how they're functioning at that time. So a domain meeting is where it happens before the eligibility. So a domain meeting is where you meet, you go through each category, and you decide what information do we have and what else do we need to gather in this reevaluation. So then present levels is when you're already eligible. And at each IEP meeting, you really should be going through each of those domains that are applicable and having specific information about where they are. Yeah. Sure. So a domain meeting, is that what you mean, a domain meeting? Sure. Oh, sure. No, domain would be, so areas of functioning. It would be academic, social functioning, functional, motor, speech. Yeah. So each domain should have a really specific update about how they're functioning. The reason why this is so important is because we heard earlier that so far all children with DDX3X have some form of intellectual disability. What we find as advocates is that we will get IEPs for children who are in junior high, and the parents are saying, I'm not sure, something's not working. We'll look through, present levels haven't been updated, and the child has had the same goal, maybe reworded a little differently for 4 or 5 years now. And it's really, that happens a lot when there isn't specific information about their functioning. This next slide has a lot of text on it, but I wanted to give you an idea of how specific should you expect this section to be. Sometimes we'll get IEPs that make general statements like the first one, Kim uses total communication across her school day. And you might think, oh, that's great, she's using it. But you want to think about with who, where, when, why, how often, how many prompts, who can she do this completely independently, or does she need support? All of those things really, really matter in terms of planning and making sure that there is forward growth. The other thing is a lot of our children show what they know in different ways. So for my daughter, if you ask her an open-ended question, the chances of you getting an answer is slim to none. If you ask it with visuals out of a choice of 4, she'll probably get it if it's a content area that she's been working on. If you ask her and give her a phonemic clue, she can get it. These are things that are really important to know about our children's learning styles that need to be included in that present level. So one kind of personal thing I wanted to share is before our, so you can only have the eligibility of developmental delay until 9. Then you have to figure something out. And this can be really hard, and to be completely raw, when you have that eligibility category of developmental delay, there's a little bit of hope. You know, teachers are generally telling you, we don't know yet, it might come. And then when you get to having to look at intellectual disability as a category, it's heavy and it can be tough. So the summer before I knew that was coming, we sought out a really good neuropsychologist and got neuropsych testing. And when I went into that, I told him, I really don't care about her IQ. I understand that it's going to be a part of this testing. I'm okay with that, but I want to know about her learning profile. How does she gain information? How does she store it? How does she retrieve it? How does she show it? And we, out of that, got a really detailed report about those specific things. Some things that we learned were she can only hold 2 bits of information in her brain for when we're talking about working memory. That has huge implications for learning to read. He is the one who also talked to us about phonemic clues. And he even he asked us a question that we would have no idea the answer to and gave us a phonemic clue. So he said, and he's like, come on, don't you know it? We had no idea. And he did this actually in demonstration to our IEP team to show that giving phonemic clues does not give the answer to the child, but for somebody like Hadley with her learning profile can help her retrieve it. That's where she has difficulties, retrieving the information and the output. The reason why we did that is because, you could. I don't think it's something that we necessarily would need to do. I feel like, but I don't know what's going to come our way. I felt like at this time and point, I knew that we needed it to be able to help her make meaningful progress on where she's at. That's a really good question. Had I known what I know now about neuropsych testing, I would have done it earlier too. But I want to stress, and actually I'm going to speak to, Stella shared an article with me recently, and you may have shared it with other families. Neuropsych testing for children with intellectual disabilities at face value, if you're kind of just looking at those top scores, isn't helpful. The profiles are flat. It doesn't give us information about how they learn, how they store information, how they produce it. Unless you have a neuropsychologist who's willing to look at those subtest scores, who's willing to kind of dig a little bit deeper into it. So I think the article that Stella had shared, it said those neuropsych testing that's just kind of looking at those overall numbers is good for binary decisions, for eligibility for services, eligibility in schools. It's not so great for planning for education unless you're really looking at those deeper, meaningful numbers. I want to let you know too, the neuropsych that we sought out, we specifically did because he does not take insurance. So he does not have to abide by the very strict testing rules. So this opened doors for us. So for example, there was tests that you could only allow the child, and the numbers might be wrong, but you could only allow the child up to 15 seconds to answer. In schools, in a typical neuropsych testing, it ends there. Like, that's it. He kept going. You know, he noted that, but then he kept going to see, well, what can she do? Just because she doesn't fit into that box, let's dig deeper. And so he was able to tell us, you know, we would expect somebody her age to be able to do this in 15 seconds. She did do it, but it was at 30 seconds. And we wouldn't have gotten that otherwise. And that was just really, really helpful in planning for her and bringing that to her team. All right, so I do want to talk about goals and accommodations briefly. There are some red flags when it comes to goals. As I mentioned earlier, I tend to find that children with more complex needs don't have as much, there isn't as much accountability on that forward progress. Like I said, a lot of times we see reused goals or goals worded a little bit differently. And so when we talk about red flags, you've probably heard of SMART goals before. I just wanted to dig in a little bit deeper about what this looks like for IEP goals for our children. So SMART stands for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. When I talk about specific in terms of goals, the goal should state exactly how the skill that we're teaching is going to be shown. So I'm trying to think of an example with my daughter. So she, like I said earlier, open-ended questions, it's not going to happen. But in the right setting with a field of choices, she can do that. So it should state exactly, Hadley will answer who, what questions out of a field of 4 visually with no more than 2 prompts, blah, 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 blah. It needs to be super specific. And the reason is, again, is that if you don't, we have no way to measure that growth, because one teacher might be doing it with open-ended questions. Another teacher might be doing it with visuals, and the data doesn't support where we're actually at with it. Measurable. This is another one. You need to really be sure that the goal that is written is able to be measured. Where we see difficulties with this the most is when it comes to those social or behavioral goals. Sometimes it'll look like a really nice goal. You will probably agree that this skill needs to be worked on, but ask yourself, or even ask the team, how will you measure this? Where will you measure this? How often will you measure this? Those are really important questions to put out there so that we can measure actual growth. The rest of them are pretty self-explanatory. I do want to mention that attainable and ambitious are kind of used interchangeably when it comes to IEP goals. Don't be afraid to push back and ask, is this goal meaningful for my child? Is it ambitious enough? And have those discussions. One of the bullet points on the previous slide was, how can you collaborate with staff on goals, especially if it feels like this is not your area. You don't know, like I don't know math. So how could I collaborate with a teacher on that? Think about these kind of principles and raise those questions. There are, this is something that I do frequently, and it doesn't result in confrontation or an adversarial situation. We're really focused on the child and how are we going to ensure that they are going to make meaningful progress. All right, I wanted to touch base on dispute resolution options. So in the United States, most of the policy on special education in terms of procedural things are at the state level. So most of this is going to look a little bit different in terms of how you access it, but all states generally have the same options. So something kind of new is facilitated IEP meetings. Many states have this option. What this is you can request it through your state, and they will offer a state employee to attend your meeting, and their role is really to ensure that there is optimal collaboration among all team members. Even as an advocate, I've requested this sometimes for my meetings, just to ensure that there's that accountability for collaboration. They're not deciding anything, but they're going to facilitate the meeting. The next one, independent educational evaluation. This is an IEE. Anytime that your school district does an evaluation on your child, you have the right to request an IEE. This can be based on you disagree with the results, you don't think it was thorough enough, anything along those lines, you can request it, and then the district will pay for a private evaluation in those areas that you feel were not either thorough enough or you disagree with them. We request these pretty frequently, and this can be really helpful in getting your child that meaningful educational plan. A state complaint. Every single state has a process for filing a state complaint. If you feel that your school district is not following your child's plan, is not providing an education, anything like that, you have the right to file a state complaint. The other thing you have the right to request is mediation. And this is when you have a disagreement with the school district based on something in the IEP or something related to the IEP. And the state will, if the district agrees, the state will assign a mediator from the state. You'll have a meeting where you try to come to an agreement. That is frequently used before, due process or suing the school district, and can be very productive. The other one on here is a federal complaint. This would be if you felt like your child was discriminated against in some way. And this would be called an OCR complaint. And that's really the only federal process for filing a complaint. Otherwise, it would be at the state level. All right, so how can we harness our children's superpowers to create a meaningful educational experience? I really appreciated the parent panel earlier. So much resonated with me and got my wheels turning too. One thing that stuck out to me and what I was planning to say is that in the beginning with Hadley, one thing that was hard to reconcile was spending a lot of time, resources, effort in finding a treatment, finding a way out, and also being really happy with who she is, celebrating her. And so I think there's a way for us to all do that at the same time, that it's okay to want a treatment, want a better life, want things for them, but also really dig in and look at the unique things that make them them and see them as strengths. I think a big piece of this is helping others to see that too. Just last week in Hadley's meeting, every meeting, I talk about how important inclusion is and how we want as much as possible for our child. We had a discussion about this for probably 10 minutes. They talked about how they're exploring ways to create a peer buddy system where gen ed students will be matched with Hadley and students like her. No less than 10 minutes later, the social worker was telling a story about how Hadley was in her office last week because she was having a little bit of a hard time and wanted some one-on-one time with her when a 4th grade boy, a year younger than her, came in with a problem. And she went on and on about how helpful Hadley was with this little boy, how she helped him regulate. She helped him get back to class. And then she talked about how now when they see each other in the hallway, they always wave at each other and say hi. I wasn't quick on my feet that day, but of course, later that night, I'm laying there in bed thinking, we don't need a gen ed peer to match with our children. Our children have strengths, and we need to lean into those and build a world where we're using those to help other people too, or to make our communities better. So sometimes we just have to think about things a little bit differently and not be afraid to put that out there. The last thing I want to share with you is the firm that I work for. We do have clients all over the US. We have 3 offices, and one of the nice things is that we do 30-minute free consultations. And even if you are not going to hire, we always give little tidbits. We give our recommendations. A lot of times we give resources. So if you ever run into an issue, call. We're a great resource just to even bounce some ideas off of. All right, I went through that pretty quick, so sorry. But if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them, or I'll be around tonight and Saturday and happy to talk.
Thank you, Brianne. Do we have questions? Did somebody have any? All right, hold on.
We're just now hitting the age where we have to basically decide if we're going with standardized testing or alternative programs. And I mean, I don't see the standardized testing working out at all. Is there any reason to try that path?
Short answer, no, not at all. And that is one of the reasons why eligibility matters. So in Illinois, getting that intellectual disability category exempts those students from taking those tests. It would stress, there would be no benefit. There isn't, there really isn't. So I yes. If you want to talk to me more about that, there's behind the scenes, there's this, so there is systemic issues that impact that. So my daughter's district tried to get me to agree to have her take it because of numbers. So I had to fight it because it would not benefit. Right. So I would fight that if somebody's trying to do that because it would not benefit her at all. Thanks.
Mhm. Yep.
Yes. So we meet typically more than once a year too, just because it's called review revise meeting. If you ever want to have a meeting for your child, email and say, I'm requesting a review revise meeting. And then in my state in Illinois, they have to provide the draft 3 days prior. So if there's no changes in goals, anything like that, they still have to provide a draft with updated present levels. So ask for that ahead of time. If it's, yeah, so if it's not, it's very similar. But I would request that present level update prior to the meeting. So you have time to review and, you know, generate your input based off of that. And that is completely reasonable to request that. Independent. Yep. It should have updated information about their social functioning at school in different areas, with adults, with peers. You can also give your input in how she is functioning outside of school in different areas and include that in their present levels. And that does not require an FBA or BIP. Mm-hmm. I would push for it because we know that the social aspect of our children impacts their ability to access their education, their interaction with peers, their interaction with adults. So even though they might not have a behavior plan, they might not have a goal, we know that that area is relevant. So you want to keep making sure that there's updated information in that IEP, which is a legal document, on their present levels. Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you're exactly right. The law says that districts must consider outside reports. I had no problems with them looking at it. And in general, I'm in, a lot of schools. I've never had a district say, we're not going to consider this. I did actually, we hired that neuropsych to attend the meeting, share the results, which also helped. But you're exactly right. They only have to consider it. But I typically don't have any problems with schools considering it and including it in the planning.
Thank you. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I am a proponent for that. But so I have some families who contact us and they say things are going okay. I don't want to rock the boat. I just don't know what I don't know. And I need somebody there who's going to steer it. And I'll get the sense that they don't want to be adversarial at all. So I go in and I say, I'm here because I know that unless you have a degree in special education, there is no way you know what to ask for, you know what to look for. So I'm here as support for them. And, things can get complex and get a little tricky if there's disagreements, but I haven't seen it be an issue. I recommend having them there just because it's complicated. And they can really help you know what to ask for, what to look for, how to move through that process.
Okay, thank you so much, Brianne. Sorry, go ahead, Jamie.
Sure. Yeah. I didn't talk about transition at all or the pathway to a degree or not a degree or a diploma or not a diploma for high school. I think it's going to be different for all of our children because we do have such a wide spectrum of functioning, of academic functioning. What I can say is, this is what I would recommend. Make a vision statement for your child. Depending on their level, make it with them, make it with your family, thinking about where you want them to be when they graduate. I did this for Hadley and started when she was 3 or 4, and it was very broad. I really didn't know where it was going to go. And each year I look at it and revise it a little bit, and it gets a little more specific. If you are college bound, you do not want to go into a life and academic skills program. If that is not the case, don't be afraid to really look at the programming that your district offers, that your county offers, the private schools around, and look at what is going to get my child to where we want them to be when they are 22. I think that's most important. And I think it really, really revolves around some thoughtful thinking on the family's part on where you want your child to be. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we're just going to go through the closing really quickly. And then anybody whose kids are still being cared for, if you can just like leave at the very last word we say.
Yes. We're gonna go super fast.
We are, yeah,
This is the
so fast.
the fun part when we talk about money.
So don't leave before we finish.
So Beth had to leave, by the way. She'll see everybody at dinner. So these are our funding priorities, which we talked about earlier: our natural history study, our registry, and our centers of excellence all cost us annual money. So we need to continue to fund these existing centers. We want to start patients being seen at University of Pennsylvania And we need to build out our NHS information upload capability in the DDX3X registry.
So basically, sorry to interrupt you.
No, go.
Basically, what that means is that what we've been talking about, where the patient registry will talk to the natural history study. So that way, we have a cohesive picture.
And continue gene therapy funding, which Stephen Gray talked about today and alluded to the fact that he wasn't getting as much money as he could use to go faster because our money is being put to the centers of excellence. So we need a minimum of $300,000 annually beyond our basic operating expenses to achieve those priorities. Basic operating expenses include Chelsea's salary, website hosting and maintenance, registry hosting and maintenance, 1.5 full-time employees, legal and professional fees, or we have an infrastructure, including our CRM and nonprofit registration fees and subsidizing conferences. And I just want to go back for 1 second. So now we've kind of explained all the money that we do need. Full disclosure, Chelsea told Beth and I this morning what our bank account balance was, and it was frightening. Just bear that in mind towards the end of the year. We have a lot of expenses to kind of keep everything going. So fundraising. So Giving Tuesday is December 3rd, and our goal is to raise $100,000. DDX 3X Day, the 5th annual International DDX 3X Day is going to be June 12th, 2025. Hopefully we will have a family meeting at Ashley Chastain's house in Rogers, Arkansas. It's very fun.
It's so fun. Everybody should come.
Don't forget about holiday cards. We partner with Minted to raise money for the foundation. You can use this code and check out and receive 20% off your purchase, and 50% of this net sales goes to the foundation.
So it's literally like just order your holiday cards and use that code and we get money for it. I think last year we made like $500.
Something. Want to go?
Sure. Okay, so quick action items. You guys have heard so much about this. Please sign up for the new patient registry. We have the QR codes. If you've already put your child's information in and you feel like things have changed, you can go back in and update that information. Sign up for our mailing list. So that's just at the bottom of our website. If you scroll all the way down, put your email address in, and you'll get our mailings. Participate also in the natural history study, which you've heard a lot about. This information is on our website. You can also email me directly and I'm happy to provide it. To our earlier point, please make a donation or fundraise. As we pointed out earlier, the families that have hosted community fundraisers have made an enormous impact. And I'm always here to support those. So if you want to do something, talk to me about it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then just like our social media. Yes. Oh, and okay, so two more things. So tonight we're having dinner at Cafe Mezzanotte from 6:30 to 8:30. So it'll be a dinner buffet, soft drinks included, cash bar, similar to last night. And we have the whole place, so it should be really lovely. And then tomorrow we're having some family fun, family fall day at Beth's house. It's about a 25-minute trip from here, so you can either drive or Uber. The hayride begins at 10:30, and she's doing some bagels and coffee for everyone.
Just one other thing we forgot in terms of donations, check with your company to see if they match, because that can be really helpful. And if you have any questions about what our financial needs are, or we're completely transparent in terms of what the cost of the centers of excellence. So just come and talk to Beth or I. Yes, you want to donate? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh, great. Oh, great. Thank you.
We're also on the Roundup option list at Walmart. So anytime you're shopping there, you can round up. That's yes, Nico, exactly.
They are, as are we.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, I mean, at least on our side, to get a grant for a rare disease is very challenging. We actually hired a company to help us do it, and we're paying them quite a bit of money and they didn't get any. So we don't have that retainer with them anymore, but we definitely try. And I know Tamara
spent like half of her life writing a grant, and
yes, they all do.
you know, so
yeah. And we push. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you guys so
Thank
much
you
for being
so
here.
much.
This
We'll
has
see
been
you all at
amazing.
dinner. Thank you.
Sorry, my hands are like pulling on me. What is it? Can I send you what? Then, oh yeah, it's called Cafe Mezzanotte. It's like just like right down the street. If you walk out the front of the hotel and turn left, it's on the corner.